should be coming up now. Any second. Alright. So I'm thinking for starting with the ghoul thing, probably start with the anomaly start, because that will give us the ghoul research right from the go. And the basics we need to start getting that going, is what I'm thinking we'll do. Because it'd be that or probably Lost Tribe is what I'm thinking. And honestly, either could work. We would just have to reach the point, well, no, because we'd have to have the ghoul show up. Yeah, we're going to do this one. Because we have to have a ghoul show up before we can ghoulify people. Okay, so we're going to just go ahead and do the regular Lost Tribe, Strive to Survive. Commitment mode. And I do that because I like to do a lot of like weird challenges and all that. And when you do like the super duper sweaty, hard, challenging things, you end up dying to the same old things that you run into runs with. I used to do 5% naked brutality stuff back in the day, but I like to do like weird stuff, and weird stuff means you gotta kind of knock the bar if you actually want to see it go anywhere. So like we just finished, when I say finished, we died, but we were working on a max pollution run and we died like at the finish line of the anomaly ending. Like we actually awakened it, we just couldn't quite click the button to get into it because of all the things running around the map. But that's just the downside of like going extreme, like getting your wealth pretty high with anomaly. Alright, so biome-wise, if we're doing a ghoul army, we need food. And we need a lot of food. And it needs to be the food of the meat variety. So in this particular one, Ice Sheet, Extreme Desert, those are going to be kind of non-starters, because otherwise we just won't have a very big ghoul army, and that won't be that exciting. So I am thinking we can do the safe bet of just hitting like temperate forest. That's certainly an option. We can do the stuff like the tropical rainforest and tropical swamps. I do think we want year-round grow season. That way we can keep a pretty large herd of animals, because that might be how we handle the meat situation. Is we find some animal that's good for meat, like pigs or whatever, and just go with a lot as our solution. So let's actually go over here and see if we can't find an area with a bunch of other factions nearby where I've got a biome that'll work out for us. Oh, we could also check out, there's the different, we have the geological formations mod. I don't want to do crater, because we've done a bunch of craters, well, not a bunch, we've done craters recently. It's a super defendable place. I'd rather not do something like that. We did Swamp Hill, that's what we were just doing. That's another fun one. I wonder if there's any of these other ones. Oh, we're not doing it, but Rift is a ridiculous one as well. It's actually surprisingly hard unless you go Tunneler. If you go Tunneler, it's not so bad, but if you do anything but Tunneler, food is so ridiculously awful in that run. Until you get hydroponics up. Let's see. Canyon is just thing. What was Caldera? Oh, Caldera was like the weird ring. Atoll is fun. Atoll's a rough one. That wouldn't work well with this challenge, though. I don't know, none of these are standing out as, like, the one to do. I feel like a lot of those are going to be cutting into my ability to, get lots of food happening. Alright, I want to make sure we have year-round again, just so we can keep a lot of animals. I kind of want to have us along a road. I actually very much enjoy doing it along the roads. 50, 60. So we got year-round. Not cliffside. I don't really want to deal with the beach. That should be fine. We'll see if that complains about having the smog or not. Or we could just go up here and that'd be fine. And I'm planning to not live inside a bunch of mountainous areas. So I'm actually looking for a pretty open map. That'll be good. Yeah, that'll work. So we got a pretty open map. It's got a couple of areas of stone and all that. But we're nearby where we'll eventually be able to trade. They're gonna not like us at the beginning. That's the pig people. We can befriend them. We got impids nearby and wasters nearby. I think we're far enough that pollution shouldn't penalize us. Yep. So we're going to create an ideology. And all that good stuff. So we can lean into the ritualist ideology, which does massively nerf our research speed. I'll probably lean into that nerf because I like to give things those kind of challenges. We could also go with the... You can't believe there is no filter or search for starting sites. Yeah, it's probably just the nature of how many tiles. I also like Guilty, but I think Guilty will be kind of counterproductive for this one, because, you know, to get more ghouls, we're gonna need more volunteers. Yeah, we'll go for Ritualist. We'll lean in. We're gonna do some awful things. Extreme slow. Excellent. We are very efficient. Exalted on that. And whatnot. I am going to remove the clothing requirements they have. And honestly, everything else is probably just fine. So that'll work. Alright. So we've got our people here. So we've got our ghoul showing up. Oh good, it's a body purist ghoul. Sure, why not? I was trying to see... Oh, tough quick sleeper. I mean, tough is fine. I do feel like I want the ghoul to have, like, at least... I probably should just take the tough. So nimble. Either... I don't know why I'm carrying. I was like, sure, tough, nimble. That is A+ ghoul. We're not going to get better. Okay, so if we look at our skills here, we've got kind is good. You're 79, which is kind of a deal breaker. Alright, so what do we got here? So, with this, we'll have basically no real combat skills outside the ghoul itself. We do have passions for medical, intellectual plants and cooking. No real construction or mining, which is kind of rough. It's actually interesting that we do actually have mining here. Honestly, I'm willing to lean towards that. It's interesting that we have a tough but pacifist pawn. Sure, why not? Why not? So we've got some massive holes in here. We have no one who likes construction at all. We've got a pacifist out of a very small group, which isn't a really big winner. We do have a nice split of most of the other skills, so it's not the worst. And to be fair, we have a completely and utterly juiced ghoul. So, you know, that's cool. Yeah, tough nimble ghoul is gonna be pretty obnoxiously strong. Alright. So now the big catch is the ghoul only eats meat. And that's gonna be a real big pain point for us. Alright, so orders. Allow everything. Okay, so looking at our people. You're a pacifist, go over here to the left. You're not, go to the right. And even though you both have melee, we're not going to worry about that. I mean, actually, it looks like you have the choice of those. Okay, we got our turret packs, so you go ahead and equip those as well. And what book did they give us? Okay. So, the interesting thing is we technically don't have to lean into the anomaly stuff too hard and all that, if we don't want to. So the first thing I'm going to do is just try and get our basic structure set up. So we'll start... Do we have an area that's... Okay, we'll start up here. because that's an area I can't grow stuff on well. Where's our geothermals? We got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, so the geothermals are very heavily on the south side of the map, but very close to the edge, so that's not going to be great for us. That's fine. So we're going to start up here. And I'm just going to make myself a big room here, so 7 by this, by that. And we'll add some sleeping spots. Go zone, stockpile, we'll just drop that there. Zone. There's the dumping stockpile. And we will need to add a little recreation to their schedule. Switch their medical to that, go to their work. Alright. So we do only have one doctor. But we have 2 people who can both do warden and childcare, which I'm not actually used to getting starts where I have a decent number of people who can handle this. So you're going to also handle that. Alright, I think they'll do for the moment. Okay, so we're going to need a grow zone. So we can go ahead and start with down here, going rice. Harvest that when you're done. Okay, and for our first contestant being named, we have our Ghoul. And our Ghoul is going to be Jaywalker.
Thank you, Moriarty, for subscribing for 29 months. New sub, new colony, new crimes.
Absolutely. Thank you, Moriarty, for the tier 1 sub. You've been subbed to the channel for 29 months. That's 2 years and 5 months. That's a heckin' long time, so I really do appreciate that. It does mean a lot that you continue to support the channel for that long. So thank you again so much for that. And I couldn't help but hear it say Moriarty. I'm like, what? It threw me for a moment on who it was actually talking about, but thank you for that. Yep, so we got Jaywalker for our tough, nimble Ghoul. And then for our next contestant, we've got our kind, quick sleeper, who is going to be Plants and is an undergrounder, so they're not going to be happy. But that's fine, so that's going to be Bong Spill. And for our next contestant, we've got our researcher, who can also cook, and is going to be doing construction, who is also kind. And you're going to be Moriarty. Just double checking my spelling, because I will absolutely get it wrong. And then finally, we've got our pacifist, who is our crafter and all that, but is tough. And that'll be Sentient Cookie. Alright, so the very first thing is to get our initial crops going, to get this going up here. The Ghoul's going to have a little bit of meat to work with for a little while. And actually, Sentient Cookie, if you go ahead and drag these books inside so they're not rotting out there, I would appreciate it. Oh yeah, new goal, don't die. It's a very ambitious goal you got going there. Alright. So, we can go ahead and say... I'm so used to starting with next to nothing that throws me when I start a run. It's like, oh, you have a handful of things. I'm like, what? I have things? I don't understand. And we got the research bench. We will need to do recreation, so we will put... a chessboard and a hoop ring. Okay. Yeah, so they should start hauling everything in now. That's fine. We'll definitely want to get electricity set up pretty early. We'll also need to awaken the anomaly. You love the librarians? Oh, we're just trying to keep as big of a book supply as possible. Yeah, that's what we did with the lead up to Anomaly when they introduced the books. They were like, "Yep." Yeah, the limit on the ghouls is going to be the meat situation. So we're going to be looking for basically almost doing like a rancher start where we're just going, or a rancher run where we're just going to try and get as much meat as possible. To be able to try and keep ourselves alive. All right. We'll have to worry about that when we get there. Oh, I see. All right. That's fine. Okay, so get that starting. But yeah. But it'll be definitely the hard limit. You're guessing everyone that isn't a ghoul will be a vegetarian? I mean, not specifically going out of our way, but we will be making a lot of vegetarian meals strictly because by making vegetarian meals, it does mean I could save, like I could just not cook the meat so that's available for the ghouls. Alright, so one thing we'll do is once we get all our junk carried in here, we will we'll take a quick chance to awaken the monolith, because for the ghouls to be worthwhile, we want to get their upgrades, which isn't going to be for a long while. And that'll just be a necessary thing to get that going. Alright, so research. Let's see. So we start with the electricity and all that. Let's see. There's lots of good choices here. Let's grab the geothermal. I know I don't have any geothermal vents nearby, but I always like grabbing the geothermal, because even if I had to, like, snake a line, I mean, like, snake a wire all the way over there from there, geothermal is just one of the easiest to plunk down to get that working. Alright, so bills add butcher creature do forever. Alright. Did I see that we also had a stone cutting table already? Yes. So once we get some more wood, we'll get the stone cutting table built. And we can get all that sorted out, so we're not living in wood for any longer than we have to. That said, we don't have a ton of things. Well, I think I know where the Ancient Danger is there. Ancient Danger of Shape Egg. We can also go over here and say, deconstruct that, deconstruct that. Just looking for any not Ancient Danger ruins to tear apart. Ancient Danger? Yep, you gotta watch out for the Ancient Danger. Danger. Words are hard. Okay. Meanwhile, what we could do is, for dealing with our corpses, clear, important. Human-like corpses go here. And zone. I do not want that to be a home zone. Why are you not hauling the medicine back? Oh, right, priorities-wise, because I got the research badge. Because they're hauling stuff the day before. I'm like, but why would you not do the next thing? Because I just want to get that enclosed before we start worrying about our stuff, just because if I don't get enclosed first, then we're dealing with lots of problems from other stuff. Alright. And then we got one more tile before that's enclosed, and then we wake this thing up. And I'm mostly concerned about trying to get ourselves a source of early bioferrite, because that'll be very important for us to try and get a lot of things set up. Plus, if we make the containment rooms out of bioferrite, it's actually pretty durable. Super flammable, but durable. Alright, we're just doing it now. They'll get that tree sorted out soon enough. Alright. The monolith's dark metallic surface is warm to the touch, and Moriarty thinks he can hear a faint hum emanating from inside. The lines on its dusty surface seem to squirm in unsettling patterns. Moriarty focuses on the shapes, trying to uncover their meaning. The hum strengthens. The shapes begin to flow into Moriarty's vision. But the surface isn't changing. The power begins to uncoil in the empty space all around. A black shape is forming in his mind. The anomaly is stirring. Yep, we're just going to go ahead and keep focusing. Definitely when something gives you an ominous and uncomfortable presence, you should keep doing that thing. Without any second considerations about your actions and what their consequences might be. Alright, so entity containment is going to be our first priority there. Okay, and it's just saying, hey, you woke up the anomaly. Cool. It's fine, absolutely and always. I say go ahead and close up that wall. Harbinger tree sprout. Cool. Alright, well in that case, we can already delete that spot. We've got the Harbinger tree. And they always end up adjusting this because it defaults to putting animal corpses under there as well. And it's like, nah, don't do that. And also, don't put entity corpses under there. And then, butchering-wise, we're going to say butcher creatures, details, include entities. Critical break risk because you are ravenously hungry. I guess I accidentally told them to just research the whole thing? I don't know. Alright. So I just need to decide where I'm going to go ahead and put the containment area. One thing I want to do is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. One, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, so Sight Stealer's revealed itself. You got this, Jaywalker. You don't need backup. I say immediately questioning if I should be sending backup. Yeah, you're winning. You know, let's bring the backup. I'm getting a little nervous that you're taking a lot more damage than I anticipated. I'm used to having goals that are already pretty well established. Okay, never mind, you're fine. Sorry for doubting you. Okay. Yeah, because we gotta build up that combat stat of yours, because you've got 2 melee. So you may be really good so far as your traits, but you gotta train a little bit here. Actually make them 3 wide. Okay. And all I'm trying to do here is make an enclosed space for the this. Losing that fight would have been embarrassing. Yeah. Alright, we still got plenty of meals packaged up here. You've got plenty of crops growing already. You are chopping down a bunch of nearby trees to get that going, which is fine. I want to go production and to the woodcutter station. And put down a chair here. All right. And later on, I'll definitely want to get a bunch of entities to get bioferrite and whatnot from. You know, I could see making that Harbinger tree, like, part of the middle of our base. Just have the Harbinger forest contained inside our base. It will still need the growing area and all that. But I could start seeing doing something along those lines. And for you, cut any stone forever. So you can start making stuff out of stone right away. Meanwhile, let's see what our options so far as meat are, because I don't usually have to worry about that. So, 9.8 on a donkey. 16.8 on a muffalo. $7 on an alpaca. So far the muffalo are winning by a very good margin. I suspect the muffalo will win. Yeah, it's gonna be the muffalo. Alright, well I guess we're keeping muffalo for the time being. But first we're going to need to get some place set up to actually keep them alive. Did you already eat all your food? And who is our cook? Moriarty? Please butcher the snack for Jaywalker. Okay, what kind of stone do we have on this tile? I didn't look when we started. We have limestone, marble, and sandstone. None of those are particularly sturdy stone. Okay, that's fine. We'll just deal with what we got. If anyone has nothing to do, hunt and kill everything you see. With the exception of the buffalo. Mad hare. Go get yourself a snack. That's fine. All right. So now you've got that contained, so we're just waiting for some brick. Maybe I'll build the building out of sandstone. So sandstone for the walls, marble or whatever for whatever. All right. So trying to think of how I want to set this up. Let's use the planning tool here. Because what I'd like to do is we can go over here, we'll have a 3-wide hallway, and go like that. And I'm actually kind of thinking about having the hallway just go along like this. And honestly, just keeping that central corridor area. Just keeping that as the Harbinger trees. And then up here we can grow stuff or whatever. And we'd have rooms off of the sides here. That's kind of what I'm thinking for my initial setup. So for here, we could go over here, let's say 7 deep, however many, yeah, 7 deep by 11. And that could be like our break room. We can start with that kind of a structure. Yep. Oh yeah. No, that's all. Like, it's very deliberate to make the ghoul fight stuff in melee that I feel safe that they will win. All right. So we need to name the faction and we need to name the colony. So the colony is just a temperate force that we're going to be building a giant ghoul army in, and then the faction, it's basically just around the ghoul army. And naming things is always the hardest part of the entire game, literally start to finish. There's nothing harder than naming things. So, we gotta figure that out. The dead zone? I mean, sure. Which I assume that would be the name of the location. And then for the faction, like, I mean, we can go with only ghouls. Twilight 1? Am I... Ghouls Are Us? I like Ghouls Are Us. Sure. Good enough for me. So we got the faction of Ghouls Are Us in the dead zone. Psychic drone, that's fine. Like Toys R Us, but slightly more murdery. No, you mean less murdery. It's Toys R Us you're comparing it against. Alright, go kill a rabbit. So that way you have a snack for later. Alright. That said marble was the last. Did I look at the wrong tile? Was it not marble as our last type stone? Okay, so we must have just found the granite buildings. We finally got to name a colony. It happens. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Alright, so you are all mad because low psychic drone and you're tired and you're hungry. That sounds like a you problem. We'll definitely need to get prisons early on for our recruitment process. I also want to take the time to make the most ridiculous ghouls we can. So, like, if we get the option to get, like, power claws, I believe when you add a power claw to a ghoul, it works out really well for him, because it's still considered unarmed damage. So they'll actually use it. So we can go ahead and, you know, do stuff like give them all sorts of silly limbs and whatnot. Alright, we got our first raid of Tony. Tony chilling out in the area. So how are your stats, Tony? You a real threat? Ooh, actually... 13 melee, yeah, so Jaywalker, you're not doing that one by your own lonesome. Tony's looking pretty chunky. Okay, so you're not taxed immediately. Nicely done. Unfortunately for you, Tony, you don't get to be a ghoul yet. We don't have a prisoner or anything ready for you. But we'll get there, friend. Don't you worry. No, Tony. Tony. Jaywalker wants his snack. There'll be no crawling away. Jaywalker's a ghoul and needs his brains. Don't pick fights you're not willing to follow through with. Okay. So we're getting our break room set up. That'll be good. I'm gonna have to have someone who has a decent priority for hunting. Because that'll be the big challenge, is keeping meat on the shelves. Alright. And we are getting the brick cut. So we got our Harbinger tree. That's not a good place for the Harbinger tree to show up, though, because I am making a hallway through here, but we'll see. Okay. So meanwhile, on the other side, we're going to do kind of the same setup. Kind of that little ways there. Yeah, so you're 7 by 9. 7 by 9. All right. Now get another room set up over here. That could temporarily be a place for us to use as a barracks, but we'll get that all sorted out in the meantime. All right, so you're starting to get your first crops up, so that's good news. So let's go ahead and get ourselves even more food rolling in. And then I also need just a little bit of dye for the clothing, because we'll get that set up as well. We can probably put that in here, honestly. Ideology. Styling bench. All right. So you're fed, but let's line up another corpse for you. Kinda wish there's also that when it came to that you could set up your ghoul to be allowed to hunt small animal, like whatever you've queued up for hunting or whatever. Just to avoid the manual process of it all. This is something I do not need to be focused on right now, but I'm going to anyways, because we're just getting a range of blocks. So I'm just going to have them take the time to use whatever blocks are available. So make the walls out of sandstone, make the floors out of limestone, make the furniture out of marble. That way we can keep them going. We do have a little bit of granite, but I think that was from taking apart one of these buildings down here, so we won't really get more granite outside of meteors. But that will start to give us a nicer room. Meanwhile... Wait, who is our researcher? That's right, and there's the problem. Is we don't have someone who could be just dedicated to research. Our cook is one of our researchers, our construction grower, and our crafter is the other researcher. That's fine. We'll get that sorted out eventually. For the moment, I'm not too worried about having the research lag behind. I do feel like dark study needs to be prioritized, though, so we know that gets done. Because that's where you do, like, a little round of it, and then you can't do it again for 12 hours. So in that case, we're not going to be getting electricity nearly as fast in this colony. I could go for wind turbines as a possibility with battery backups, and that's something that we could certainly do. Yeah, exactly. Always going to be missing something when you don't have many pawns. Something always gets left short. So I could do wind turbines and whatnot. That's not a bad strategy. So we put one there. And one there. Not worry about the Praetor. It would need batteries to back it up. Is that the way I want to go, though? Not really. It's not a bad move to do it that way, because then you just get, like, your batteries, you shove them in a room, and then, like, between the power going up and all that. I would much rather get a geothermal setup over here and do that. That's what we're trying to research right now. But we can worry about that soon. Yeah, I've got them all set up to research anytime availability comes up. It'll be a matter of getting ahead of the plants and doing research, which might actually be the one who does it the most consistently. That is what's going to happen. That's fine. I can live with that. And meanwhile, the other ones will build the base, and just as availability happens, we'll be good. I'm getting a lot of limestone. And not... Well, I mean, we got wood over here. That's fine. I don't really care the order of operations they get done, so long as the rooms are happening gradually. But then we'll need some bedrooms, and we'll also need a containment room. There's only one kid you're concerned about because she doesn't like chocolate. I mean, that's fine. Because it also depends on, like, what chocolate you're even talking about, because there's definitely places that they have their chocolate that it's, like, pretty subpar chocolate. No kid will ever turn down chocolate? That's not true. Especially if they're the kind of person that has to worry about stuff like nut allergies. Someone just randomly giving you chocolates like, whoa, hang on. Hang on. How many ghouls per regular colonist are allowed? I don't have a strong rule around it. The goal is just to have as many ghouls as we can manage to support. The idea is that the ghouls are going to be the main fighting force. That we're just going to get as many ghouls as we can and reasonably support. Which is going to be the hard limit, is just how much meat we can get happening. That's Strider. People are allowed to not like things that you like. It's totally fine. There are people who don't like pizza. There are people who don't like chocolate. It's totally fine. I personally like these things, but, you know, having different tastes is okay. Alright, so we're getting all these built. And I don't really want to put torches in these rooms because I'd rather just go for the electric lights. I'm kind of hoping we can just hang out till we get the geothermal up. New lovers. Sentient Cookie wooed Bongspill by comparing her to a furious skin. To a furious skin? Bongspill became aroused and was agreed to become Sentient Cookie's lover. A furious skin. Okay. Might be sensitive to flavor tannins. They're in wine, coffee, and tea too. Everyone's taste buds are different. Yep. A furious skin. And you are upset about... Oh, you're upset about having a flesh tentacle. That's interesting. Considering you started with it. All right. Well, that's the thing. I don't know what a furious skin is. That's my whole reason where I'm going, what? All right. Maybe an allergic reaction. Yeah. So we are getting all the chunks out of here and chopped up and all that. Alright, so the research is happening. Not as fast as I'd like, but it is happening. Keeping in mind we are ritualists, so our research will be absolutely appallingly slow. We are getting our what's the word I'm looking for? We are getting our break room / rec room set up. Why is your mind always going rated R and 50 Shades of Grey when you hear stuff? I don't know. That sounds like a personal problem. Alright, monolith type progress. Bongspill has had a breakthrough while studying the monolith. She believes the monolith is a conduit of psychic energy connecting to some distant location. However, she's unsure to what it connects. Bongspill is convinced that by studying more anomalous entities, she can find a way to close the conduit or learn to harness its power. The monolith now provides more knowledge when studied. Cool. All right. And then once they get this room done, we'll work on the next room. And I do think with this one, we are going to just make ourselves have like a really nice base. We're not going to worry about trying to go out our way. Ghoul starvation. I do just like babysitting you until we get reliable meat. Go rough up a turtle. Let's have you find some other critter to rough up. Okay. Yeah, eventually, like I said, we'll have animals that we will butcher and that'll handle a lot of it. You went Sunnyside from sleeping in a tent to a sleeping bag, and soon you'll have an actual bed. Hold up. Mr. Bougie over here sleeping in actual beds? Come on, man. Like, what are the rest of us supposed to be, you know, managing here? No, that's cool. I do really like the setup of that game where it is like, you start, like, where are you living? There's no house. Yup. Oh, I understand. I got an achievement for speed running that game. It's one of those games where they give you a decision right at the beginning of the game and you can choose the wrong answer and instantly game over and then just, you know, pick up. I do appreciate that trope where it's like, oh no, they've stolen your parents. Do you go after them? No. You don't go after your parents, and you wind up in an orphanage. It feels like you could have done more. Game over. You know, versus go after your parents and go on a grand adventure and all that stuff. Hey, Seb, how's it going? Alright, so we are getting research done, honestly at an okay speed. Because of all the people, the person who's supposed to be growing everything is the one who is actually doing it. Which is fine. Alright, so one thing we're going to do is we're going to set that to vegetarian meal. Well, actually, it's not going to let me do it that way. No meat. And the reason why I'm doing it that way is so that way we save all the meat for the ghouls. Only the ghouls get the meat. So you're a little roughed up. Very little roughed up. Go get yourself turkey dinner. Alright. I'm doing pretty good. Okay. And we've got another raid. So... Oh. They're frail. Was that attacks immediately? And what do we have here? So you would join. But you won't tell me about yourself, so the answer is no. Because we are worried about just trying to get our stuff going, getting set up. Let's see. So you are going to prepare for a while, which means I'm going to attack you. Nicely done. That's right. Tried to run away and Jaywalker's like, no. No escape. All right. I'm pretty sure when you cut down these trees when they're fully grown, I want to say you get twisted meat and I think bioferrite. All right. And your deal is you're hungry, you have no priest. So who are we going to make the priest? That is an excellent question. 2 social, 7 social, 12 social. Congratulations, you get to be the priest. So social, boom. Oh, I need to actually set a spot, don't I? That's fair. So now, social. So that way they stop whining about it. We don't have the mood penalty. Okay. It's probably good since there are pacifists, they'll be kept safe and all that. Alright. I'm not going to worry too much about the fact that transport pod crash carrying a ravenous ghoul. Oh no. If only we had something that would be an appropriate counter for a ghoul. Like a ghoul. Oh. You're like just down to your... Well, it's unfortunate that I don't have a place that can contain you yet. So I am going to run up and murder you now. It's what Jaywalker would want. Actually, you can get out of here. Jaywalker's got this. Excellent. Now, ideally later, I'd want to get more ghouls, but we're just not there yet. Let's see, just got recommended your channel. Know you're playing RimWorld, one of your favorite games. You've earned a subscriber? Well, thank you. And hi, Mandy, how's it going? Alright. So, I do not like that this cougar is hanging out here. It will eventually decide to hunt one of my people, and I don't want to deal with that garbage. So let's try and get ahead of this. Okay, so with that, are you in range? You are now. Cool. Was it a leg hit? Body and stomach, that'll do. Nicely done. You didn't actually need any support, but it was there just in case. Number of times I've like, oh yeah, we got that, and then just the animal manages to not get hit and get in melee, and then someone dies for no reason. Alright. So very soon we'll be able to get this room closed off, and then we'll start working on the next room, which is for the time being is going to be a barracks. What is your shooting that you've been doing so good? It's 2. It's 2, and you've been like consistently just dropping things. Okay, sure. Meanwhile, let's go to storage here, and do not hold blocks in there. But do hold them out there. You just started RimWorld. Any tips? Don't be afraid to turn down your difficulty, especially when you're learning the game. You'll have a lot of people like, no, you're playing on easy mode and all that. You're learning the game. You're like genuinely take the time, fight stuff, give yourself the advantages you need to see what types of stuff are going on in the game. And one of the big things that'll sneak up on you is if you click on this little thing down here, it says faction, on the little book down here that says history, this graph here is one you gotta watch out for. By default, most of the encounters you run into, they scale in difficulty based on your colony's wealth, which is a combination of the items you have, your structure, and your pawns. And one of the things that a lot of new players will get themselves in trouble with is they'll go and they'll make these like ridiculous organ harvesting drug cartel places, and they will just watch their wealth absolutely explode, and then they'll turn around and get these raids of absolutely absurdly large raids rolling in, and go, how am I supposed to beat that? And it's like, well, yeah, I mean, you've got hundreds and hundreds of thousands of, you know, dollars worth of wealth, and you got like 7 people trying to keep it afloat. It's basically like, you know, the one guy walking around his gold-plated mansion with, you know, a, hey, by the way, don't rob me, please, sign. Another big thing is cover. I'm guilty of this as well. There's lots of times you see someone just like line up their pawns. But like say I've got a group attacking from over here. If I'm gonna do that, I want to line my pawns up behind these chunks of rock because they'll give me cover. Because the alternative, if I line them up here, the enemy runs and they will line up behind the chunks of rock. And then they only have a % chance of hitting them, that sometimes that cover will protect them. So I'm giving them an edge I don't really want to give them. Alright, so you should be getting plenty of plants now for supporting that. There's still more meat in there. Alright. And the Timberwolf is down there and the Warg is down there, so that's fine. I'm mostly just watching for the dangerous animals to get too close. It's another thing also when you're playing RimWorld to go and when you take a death to kind of sit back and go, what could I have done to give me a better chance of winning that. Like, oh, I ran out of food. You know, did I just not store enough? Was I not doing enough to, like, keep the food good longer? Was I not producing enough in the first place? If I wasn't producing enough in the first place, like, what could I do to realistically improve production? And RimWorld is one of those games that sometimes RNG just kind of gets you. But most of the time, you can kind of point at things like we go, I could have done more. See, that's what I expect out of someone with 2 aim. I'm just trying to run that Timberwolf off, or kill it. It's good enough. I mostly just don't want it nearby, because what's nearby has a high chance of hunting us. Versus what's out here, it's more likely to find a squirrel or something to go after. All right. Not a squirrel. Yeah. Hey, Evie Meister, how's it going? Yeah, we're just grabbing all the stone blocks, getting them out of here. What's the egg-shaped room for? Oh, this one? It's got the void monolith in it. So it's just containing that, so when I go to do stuff like that, I don't have to worry about random things attacking me. So it's not really doing another function other than it just has a thing that we research. For those new to Anomaly, that's the thing that the Anomaly is based around. You don't have Anomaly yet? Yeah, so that's just the basically you poke that thing, and once you poke that thing, the things that go bump in the night start showing up. All right, go get yourself a nice turtle for dinner. What time you tamed a bunch of wolves that are just they were just shredded your enemies? Yeah, no, it used to actually be a thing a lot of times about getting lots of animals to fight with. The big problems with animals is they don't scale in the late game, with the exception of Thrombos scale pretty okay. And the issue with that is there's not much you can do to like once you get an elephant, the elephant only gets so strong. So as the enemies get more and more dangerous, the gap between like a random enemy and your elephant, it gets narrower to the point that it's stronger than your elephant. You gotta survive based on numbers. Or, you know, trying to position it where the elephants are fighting them at a bottleneck or whatever. But, Thrombos are one of the strongest things in the game, so they're always on the strong side. But even then, you still gotta scale with that. Versus your pawns and all that, you can get armor and weapons and all sorts of stuff. Okay, we've got 2 refugees showing up. They have a kid with them. And that's important because, by default, refugees with children cannot betray you. The idea being simply that, with the way the game works, is they don't opt you into fighting children. Like, you have to voluntarily say, I would like to fight children. It's just not a feature that's turned on by default. You don't need a mod for it, it's just a setting. You are actually amazing at everything. I'm gonna have you not craft, though. Even though you're really good at crafting, I'd rather you help with the research. You've skim-read the little bit. Yeah, that's the reason I was saying this, because like literally when you hit the start button, it's like, oh, there's a thing sitting next to you. You should go touch it. So I didn't spoil anything past the first 30 seconds. All right. And they're starting to work on enclosing that room. Which, like I said, I'll probably make that a barracks at the beginning. And that just won't be what it's going to be long term. It'll be a barracks for now until we start giving everyone their own rooms and yada yada yada. But for the short term, it'll be our barracks. Then we can move on from there. So if they wanted to join, Road is one I'm mixed about because they do have some really useful skills, but they're a gourmand and I just don't want to deal with it. And then the 4-year-old child, I will absolutely take a 4-year-old child. Hey, child, let's talk about your ideology and just convince you to follow our ways. Okay, so they stick around for 14 days, so we'll be able to convert probably both of them to our beliefs. Am I streaming on Twitch? Yes, I stream on Twitch, YouTube, and TikTok, Twitch being my primary platform. Yeah, what is their ideology? Oh, gross. Collectivism and loyalist. Yeah, you threw a tantrum because you're reading a book. I understand. You just got to the book and it was very clear that the author was just rushing through the end to get it delivered. So, like, you know, for a really good early read, the plot just kind of fell short and just really upset you. Led you into a blind rage. Okay, so once that room gets done, kind of thinking for the bedrooms. I made you what, 7, 9 deep? 9's pretty wide for a bedroom. We'll say 5 by 7, maybe? Yeah, that's fine. Those are a little narrow rooms. But, we'll plan on putting the... What's that, 7? Medical treatment needed. Why do you need medical treatment? Why are you on fire? Children are the worst. Schedule. You're not allowed to leave the home zone anymore. You had privileges, but then you had to go and demonstrate that I gave them to you too soon. I'm gonna need you to go back to your room and think about what you've done. Mostly the part where you were actively on fire. That was not necessarily your shining moment. How do you clean the underside of a recessed keys of a keyboard? So you can get a thing. I have one here. That looks like this. So it's got a little wire there. Then all it does is it can go through and it can pull off your keycaps. Oh, yeah, you're talking about like a laptop? Because you can do that in laptops, but it's a whole different animal when you're dealing with a laptop. Because they have a bunch of different varieties of how they deal with it. Yeah, laptop. That one, probably your best bet is literally to do a Google search with, you know, whatever model of laptop you have, and just be like cleaning the keyboard. You're gonna need more than just is it an Acer. You're gonna need to be like an Acer, whatever the model number is, because they change their keyboards a lot, and so some of them you do just pull it up, but there's some of them that have like a plastic like scissor switch on it that if you pull it up you can break it really easily. So that's when you're gonna want to look up. That's literally the kind of stuff that You don't want to, even people who are super knowledgeable on tech, you don't even want to just go with that. Just look up the model. Yeah, Strider, I'm not going to know. Google it, my man. That's what I'm saying. Literally do a Google search of Acer Nitro 5 cleaning the keyboard. And it might take you a couple of clicks, but you'll have someone to show you how to like disassemble and pull up the keyboard and all that kind of stuff. And some of them it's not too bad. It's just like take a screw or two off. You could like lift the whole keypad up and then like clean it out. Some of them it's a key by key thing. Some of them it's like, oh, you just need to like remove the battery and then the motherboard and then this and then that and then this and now you can get to the keyboard. And it's just like, oh, I get it. I have to completely disassemble the laptop. So it is those things you got to look up. So don't take a flathead screwdriver to it, only if it tells you to. Like I said, there's many different styles, so there are some styles that taking a flathead screwdriver to like pop up the key might be appropriate. Most of the ones nowadays, it's not. But you gotta look it up. That's like pro tip from the IT side. Do you know what 90% of IT people actually have to do with all of these things? We look it up. When someone's like, hey, how do I fix this in this computer? It's like, well, I've not worked in that computer. We go back to our office and we type in Google and we go, okay, disassembly instructions for this. You don't want to just start like yanking stuff up. Let's say flathead screwdriver is what you use for a normal keyboard, though it can slightly damage with the angle against. But you're not bothered with it. Yeah, and that's the thing. You can get by with like a regular keyboard, like a regular like mechanical keyboard using like a flathead screwdriver and all that. But you can get, like I said, it's a relatively cheap tool. Like these only usually cost like $2 to $5, and all it is a glorified, like it's got like a wire there. And on this side you don't necessarily. That's for replacing key switches, but they only cost like $2 to $5. Ghoul starvation, because I have to babysit you at all times until we get reliable food coming in. So the donkeys will fight back. So you can eat that. Meanwhile, let's grab you three. Okay, just didn't want the warg hanging out that close. Can you get it on the Walmart app and have it sent to you? I have no idea. You gotta check the Walmart app and look for it. I don't know. I don't use the Walmart app. I know you can get it on, like, Amazon. Have I tried Team Fortress 2? Yes. That is a game from forever ago that's not really done much in a while. Like, I enjoyed Team Fortress 2, but that's a game that's been around for a while. My understanding is, like, recently I've been, if I remember correctly, Team Fortress 2 has been getting review bombed really, really hard. Because the amount of botting going on has just gotten to be a big problem for people. You want to do a low power test of a heat wave. We're going to wait on that. Yeah, search for keycap remover. You use a nail file. Yeah, there's lots of things you can use, but the thing here is people talking about like laptop. For the record, that keycap remover, if you're looking at a laptop, you still need to look it up because some of those laptops you cannot pull up the keys with those. Like laptops are usually not particularly well made for doing any kind of maintenance to them. Like, there's times you gotta do, like, what should be a fairly minor repair, and you have to, like, tear apart the whole laptop and lay the parts across your entire counter just to get at, like, the keyboard and such. Yeah, but you need to look at your instructions. Like, you may not want to, but you've got to look at your instructions or you risk breaking your keys when you're dealing with a laptop. That is one downside I've always found about Temperate Forest, is you end up dealing with dangerous animals constantly. Cool. That'll give us a little bit more meat for our ghoul. Yeah, your computer might have come with how to clean the keyboard. Sometimes they don't. Like, if you do a Google search for the model of laptop, clean keyboard, you know, at a minimum you'll find someone who's put up like a YouTube video that shows like the disassembly or whatever. Oh, and we're getting, like, no cleaning done. So, food poisoning's gonna be a problem if we don't get that sorted. Okay, so Warg is still down there. I think that might be the only dangerous animal left on the map. Yeah. And the marriage is on, said Cookie. Proposed lifelong commitment to Bonksville, and Bonksville agreed. They're now engaged. Aww. Well, we've now convinced the small child of our ways. Congratulations, small child. One of us. Oh, and I also noticed I am running out of wood. Alright, so let's gather everyone up, because the Warg is chasing you. You should be able to get through that door, forcing it to go out and around. Please chase the ghoul. Never mind, you're good. Alright, and that is why I kind of wanted to go out of my way to... Oh. Okay, that's fine. Because I want to make sure it stays dead. Laptop cleaning and repair maintenance, a whole different ball game than desktops. Yep. Yep, absolutely. There's entire websites like can I repair or whatever, like where they score devices on their repairability. And yeah, some of them are pretty terrible where they'll like glue random parts in there. Alright, so what's gonna happen real fast is we're hitting an ad break right now. I need to stretch my legs and all that stuff, so I'm gonna quickly stand up and stretch my legs and do all that. And I'll be back here in just a minute after the ads are done. Yeah, I fix it as another one, but I'll be right back. So thank you again for tuning in, and I'll be right back. Friends, don't mind me.
And you.
I have been kicked from the server due to malformed packet detected as I'm being grabbed.
Hey, you didn't
That's
get
fortunate.
grabbed.
All right, well, let's see what happens
I'll check it
when.
in.
I said, we'll see what happens when I come back.
I
I was
killed
just
the
like-
zombie that was grabbing.
Oh, nice. On my screen, I'm like, oh no, I totally did not get that runoff on time. Ah, but this key, you can only use it once. Once you have used the key, it's done forever. You're like, but why? Is it a very poorly made key? And I understand it's game mechanics to make you have to go back and kill the boss again, so you have to do the tough fight. Because otherwise you get into the Escape from Tarkov thing where you get your hands on the really good, like the really good key, and then you just farm the really valuable plays. There's our winner. Hey buddy, I need a volunteer. Do you do volunteer as tribute? Okay, do not instinctively stab. Fall over. Alright. So we make our salad. Welcome, buddy. And we have 121,000. Or sorry, 135, 121. So we have beaten our record. Just want to go on the record. I'm not cool with what you're trying to make me make. He should make his own decisions about who he likes. And like, if you want to win him over, you got to do it the old-fashioned way. You know, find common interests, talk about it, get to know one another, make him see that you're actually a person that, you know, maybe he'd be into. Not drug him with stuff that are made by questionable mushrooms from some dude in the woods. This is gonna be a fiasco. Yep, I cannot make out at all who is winning that fight or what's happening with any of that. So, Whoa. Oh! What? Retreat back here? We're probably dead here. Alright. Yeah, now that one is a pretty big stretch for Automod. It jumped on the 3 ways, which, you know, there's a certain thing that could describe as a 3-way, but yeah. It's one of those ones like, okay, yeah, without context and someone's just dropping 3-way, be like, alright, hang on, wait a second. What are we talking about? But yeah, no, it's that. I also don't, like, maybe it's just me, I don't run into many situations where someone just randomly is, you know, talking about stuff inappropriately. And just using that phrase. Alright. So we are waiting on people to get stuff done. So pretty soon we'll be able to get that room set up. You don't recall having encountered that term in an inappropriate way? I've definitely been around other people who have used it in the inappropriate way. Not in a long time. But yeah. Okay. So, one thing that's gonna need to happen I'm gonna do this the lazy way first because it just needs to get done. Because we are going to need a pen for this. We got a caravan from a shaman merchant. That's cool. We'll deal with that in a second. Okay. Because yeah, we want to go and be able to get the muffler early on. So you can get a Harbinger seed, which is nice, because that would let us put a tree where we want it. But we actually already have the Harbinger trees in a good spot, so not really a thing I'm worried about. How much do you give per day meat-wise? So they actually give less meat than the Muffalo. But I believe they have a much lower amount of food consumption. So it's 8 meat to maintain, and then we get just shy, we get basically 8 for 12. And then meanwhile, we look at a Muffalo. A Muffalo, on the other hand, is also about 8, but we get 16.8 per day. Yeah, so Muffalo is just better. Meanwhile, I'll also go Miss Caravan hitching spot, not over here. Caravan hitching spot over there for right now. And I will tell him to start taming the Muffalo. You can't tame the Muffalo, you're not good enough. Well, that's not that fun. We'll get there. Please don't botch building the furniture. Alright. Yeah, we can close this area, we get the Muffalo. That'll be our ability to start getting meat happening without having to, like, every 2 days go out of our way to hunt something and kill it.
Yeah, I go out of my way to hunt and kill it.
It happens.
Yeah. I love you so much.
I love you more.
I love you more. Everyone knows that my love for you is so deep. It's like the deepest ocean, and your love for me is like a little thimble.
You're just being mean now.
No, it's true.
Someone who loved me that much wouldn't be that mean. You're like, no! I've been trapped! Careful about the mic.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I didn't.
Mhm.
Just was trying to fix your... It wanted to go straight.
There's always a hair that wants to go straight no matter what you do. It's never the same hair either.
Well, I'm heading downstairs.
Okay, you sleep well.
Stay handsome.
Can't stay what I'm not. Alright, so needless to say, if we're doing a ghoul army, we're not doing ship to the stars because I cannot imagine a ghoul army will ship well, considering I have to give them raw meat as their food, which means it's going to have a shelf life of like 3 days tops. Which means caravanning with a ghoul army means I get somewhere in the area of 3 days worth of food, and that's as far as we can go. Void Curiosity. Moriarty has begun to fixate on the Void and wishes to investigate using the Void Provocation Ritual. Use the Void Provocation Ritual to discover and capture entities. Captured entities can be studied to complete anomaly research products or connected to bioferrite harvesters. Yeah, we'll do all that once we have the basic building set up. Thank you. Monolith study progress. You made progress studying the monolith. The structure connects to normal space to the void, a dimension hidden in the subspace structure of space-time. Some powerful mind in the void is leaking influence into our reality. Bongsville wants to study the monolith farther and learn more. Cool. Yeah, keep doing that. Study the monolith. Learn more. We should really have that built by now. Going for all these fancy chairs in this room was not the move. But it's fine. Okay, and I do have a mod that lets them dye their own clothes. It just has them dye their clothes their favorite color, which only gives like one mood. I mostly like it because it makes the place more interesting, where everyone's not walking around like, you know, like if you have like thrumbo fur or you have muffalo wool or cotton as your main thing, where everyone's not walking around with the exact same color outfits. And then without the mod, it just gets to be too tedious to sit there one by one, be like, dye your clothes, dye your clothes. All right. All right. So I'm trying to think of what else we would like resources-wise. I can sit here and put like a giant field there for like hay grass for when we do get animals, but right now that'd be more of a negative than a positive. And it wouldn't get us very far. Solar flare, we're still researching our geothermal. That's fine. Honestly, change of plans. Don't build the fence. We'll just make it a sandstone to begin with. So it can also act as a defensive perimeter. So I'm gonna put a door over there, and up here. I was gonna make it just out of wood because it's fast, and I was like, those aren't lined up. That'll upset people. But if I enclose it like this, it acts as a defensive perimeter. No, they were lined up. Alright, so betrayal offer. You are willing to give me a book? I don't know. You're talking about a book about medicine. I don't think we're going to betray him, but a book about medicine is definitely on the right path to convince me to do things. Alright, so we just need them to finish smoothing out this wall. We'll get that all knocked out. Oh, you're going to build that entire boundary as well. That's fine. As long as something is getting done, it's fine. It struck me as well, I don't have enough skill to tame the muffalo. I can get the alpaca, use them to start taming, and then switch over to the muffalo once they're high enough. What's the alpaca's maintenance cost? It's literally like just over half of the muffalo. You still got some fresh raccoons sitting around. But nevertheless, go get yourself a hair. Alright. And we finally got Heal Root growing, as Bongspill continues to level up there. Yep. Whoever gets the food poisoning first has to clean up the room. Major break risk on you because you're in serious pain and you've collapsed. Ah, food poisoning. Such a kick in the teeth. Didn't even finish cleaning the room either. That's not going to stay our production room, by the way. Like, that'll go away eventually. Alright. I'm going to sell your club. And honestly, I'm going to sell that book if we can get something worthwhile out of it. Of course you don't have anything worthwhile. I definitely do want to just sell away that book at some point. Those books, these style ones, they do cause you to have, like, breaks and all that. So to me, they're not worth keeping around. Oh, here's what we could do. Assign, manage reading policies. Anything, we are no longer going to allow tomes. Because like I said, the tomes, when you read them, just by reading the book, you have an RNG chance of having a mood break, even if your character's as happy as can be. All right. That's fine. And then there was also limestone here. So I'm setting a cap, that way they don't just do this forever. Alright. And you're really upset because you're ravenously hungry. Alright, where is the nearest thing for you to beat up and eat? Okay. And why are you upset? Ravenously hungry and intense pain, but I've got a bunch of food. Oh, food poisoning. Right. And to keep trying to eat the food and then throwing up before you finish it. Trying so hard to eat that meal. All right. Yep, food poisoning for everyone, which is helping keep things clean. Alright, so one thing I do is tell the ghoul to stay in the home zone, because I forgot they'll hang on the edge of the map and get killed a lot. Just because they'll be way off on the edge and then something shows up, you're like, well, rip. I also forgot that I actually can't do that because you kill stuff outside the area. It's fine. Alright. So hopefully the food poisoning starts settling back down. We definitely need people cleaning up the room. Because that's the reason we got the food poisoning in the first place, is the room is an absolute disaster because nobody is cleaning consistently. The classic, when you only have 3 pawns, something always gets left behind. And in this case, it's cleaning and hauling. Cool. So at least that room's clean for 30 seconds. And then this room will need to be cleaned, and then we'll have another room that needs to be cleaned, and with all the people getting food poisoning, the rooms aren't going to stay clean because, you know, food poisoning. All right. Okay, and you're fed, but you're gonna need more food soon, so go spread that hair. All right. Well, I guess it is 104. It's like heat stroke. Yeah, no, 104 will do that. You gonna be alright, kid? Because, I don't have a lot. I mean, I built a passive cooler. I'm not a huge fan of doing it, but heat stroke is definitely not the play. Alright, where are you, Moriarty? You have food poisoning. That's why you're not getting anything done real fast, because food poisoning's got you out of sorts. No, we're already dealing with heat problems, I thought. So you're attacking immediately. Should be able to handle that without too much of an effort. Of course, Moriarty is the one. Okay, so you can back off over here real quick. I'm gonna need Moriarty to get some hits in there. Not need. It'd be nice to have Moriarty get some hits in there. The person's got a peg leg, so I can kite them pretty easily, but getting a solid winging hit would... Oh, yeah, with that food poisoning, you're not going to arrive in time at all. Alright, so let's back up. Good enough. Alright, so you actually took a hit. And... honestly, I still don't have the prison maid and all that, so... you know, it sucks to be you, Bach. You're definitely going to be eaten. And who is our doctor, by the way? You? Go tend to them immediately. And let's also, before I forget, go to our defaults here. Before we accidentally start tending people with Glitter World. Which I don't have, but I, want to make sure I keep it when I get it. Oh, you're trying to make a run for it, Pock? That's really unfortunate, friend. Jaywalker is hunky, and I think you should stay for dinner. It's weird being able to just build and not have to worry about a whole bunch of pollution and swamp and all of that. Okay, so we got the first of the alpacas tamed. What? Like, I know you want to study it, but eat. There you are. Alright. So, let's see what we can do here. Take the book. I don't want it. Take the wake up, I don't want it. And that'll do for now. Yeah, so you're in serious pain because you got over your food poisoning just in time to get food poisoning. Go back to cleaning the barracks again. That's the pain of not having someone dedicated to cleaning. There, hauling is a lower priority than cleaning now. So that hopefully they get some cleaning done. We shouldn't have to be resorting to eating raw berries and all that. I think it's just the treadmill of food poisoning is just really taking its toll on our food supply. That's okay, we'll get there. The deserter, not gonna worry about that one as well. Like, Moriarty's just struggling the whole time just because food poisoning. So we should be just about good here in a second. If we wait just a little bit longer, we'll get our rice, our potatoes, and we're getting our corn now. That's what I was going to say, is we're going to get our corn, and the corn has the highest nutrition rate of all the food for the effort involved. So it's just kind of one of those things that once you start getting your corn up, that's a really good move, so we're just keeping everyone handled. Cool. So you're non-serious pain and all that anymore. Oh, when you look at that, they're actually cleaning. Yeah, Yeah, so I think going for the perimeter here before we even got that out was a bit much. So Sad Wander. You were drowsy, so you're doing that. I don't know if they'll social fight while they're already on a break. That's also really not going to help Moriarty's mood. The only thing helping here is that this kid is getting food poisoning constantly, so they're actually struggling a lot to keep up with people. Yeah, that 5 rounds of insult is not gonna go well for you. Alright. The Ghoul's about the only one who seems to be consistently eating well. Storage, raw resources. Don't keep the steel or the wood in there, and instead, storage. Wood and steel can go outside. Go and expand that out to make room for it. I need them to get this room set up so we're not in a terrible barracks anymore. With Moriarty having all these mood breaks because of insulted and food poisoning and all that's not helping. Extreme break risk? What? After being insulted 10 times? Why would you be at extreme break risk? Eeh. Timberwolf is hunting sentient cookie. Don't be between us. Okay. Alright, so with that, we can go ahead and grab all of you. Start running them together. Deal with the Timberwolf. Nicely done. Alright. Yep, shot him through the heart with the shotgun. Yeah, that 10 rounds of insulted is a whole lot of something. The good news is the catharsis should outlast the rounds of insulted, so that's actually gonna work out pretty okay. Major break risk on you, because you got insulted a whole bunch of times. And now you're insane rambling, that's fine. Insulting spree is so obnoxiously rough. I've joked about the idea of either having insulting spree where it hits as hard as it does, but it's just such a really short window, or have it last longer but be a much lower negative impact. Because it feels weird that like for 3 days your characters are just, you know, literally a family member is murdered or something. You're like, nope, got insulted. It's way worse. Comparatively speaking, not even in the same wave of things. But I could see it being like very, very acute negative mood thing, but it lasts like half a day. Or just the other way again. You get like a -5, but it sticks for a while. Because actually one of the low-key things here is that we actually look at our character here. The one who insulted him, they've got -70 with them, which means they're going to social fight at the drop of a dime around there, and they consider each other rivals now and all that. So that's kind of one of those things that the insulting spree, like this negative here, people don't realize how much of a pain in the butt that can end up being to your colony. Where anything happens and they immediately escalate to social fighting because they despise each other. Well, it's one of those ones you can be like, man, why are my social fights so out of control? And then you'll look at the list here and realize that they're minus 200. Jeez. I guess you two are having a good time. Plus 100 maxed out on both of them because they're having deep talks constantly. You two go for absolutely you go. Having a nice, healthy relationship on the rim. Alright, and I guess what things we'll also do is we'll queue up a marble bookshelf. Yeah, making this perimeter early was not the move. That's because I really wanted to get the Muffalo and the Alpaca, because I don't want to manually be hunting with the Ghoul all the time. Okay. Yeah, because as soon as I close that off, we can let the alpaca off of there, and if we get the other alpaca, then we got a breeding pair. And it'll be a long time before we... Okay, so refugees are leaving. It'll be a long time before we have, between just the two of them, enough for that to be really meaningful, but that's fine. Alright. That's fine. Your betrayal reward was only okay. It had a book that would teach me a little bit of medical, and that could be nice, but I've actually not had the best results with the books. So far as like teaching skills, it almost feels like they start learning the skill a little bit, and then they step away, and by the time they read the book again, they've lost any progress they've made. It's still good, but I'd rather take the RNG chance of them sending me like a Zeus hammer or something. Alright. And I'll probably want to make like some kind of defensive point. Like the last number of colonies, I haven't done anything like kill boxes or anything like that. And I don't necessarily mean we need to get like a proper kill box or anything like quite that extreme. But just an area that's like, okay, we have a defensive line and then this is the entrance. So not necessarily like literally where we, close it off and put the maze or whatever. But just, here is a defensive spot you've got to run into, so at least we're fighting head-to-head. Alright, that construction skill's starting to get high enough that Moriarty can get a decent amount done in a day. And how are you doing? You're fed. Almost. Alright, monolith study complete. Moriarty has completed the study of the monolith. The structure is a conduit that links to the void, the reality hidden under every point in space-time. The void is inhabited by a vast machine intelligence of terrifying complexity that surges with nightmarish, inhuman rage. Its influence creates horrors in our world. Awakening the monolith will fully open the conduit. With the channel open, Moriarty believes he can reach through the link and permanently close the conduit, or find a way to harness its dark power. The monolith now provides more knowledge when studied. Cool. And get a wildlife. Ambrosia sprout, cool. Getting surrounded by ambrosia sprouts. We're making okay progress in the geothermal. We are ritualists, so our research is painfully slow. But that's fine. Moriarty's gonna get 4 more tiles of this to build, then they'll build the shelves. They'll smooth out this wall and knock down that limestone, and then we can finally get that bedroom sorted. How is Cookie doing on leveling their animals? Pretty good. Honestly, by the time they get the 2 alpaca, it'll probably be time to get the muffalo. Yep, Kurumi. We were going for the ending earlier today, and we did die right at the finish line. I had actually fully awakened the monolith and everything. Like, literally just someone had to get to it to click on it to finish the run. And we just couldn't quite get there, because everyone had already been pretty badly thrashed in getting to it. We might have been able to make it if I had thought to put one of the beds next to the monolith, so that when the person crawled to, like, safety or whatever, they would have crawled to the bed. But I didn't think about it in time. Alright. And with that, we're going to go ahead and tell it to do hay grass down here. For animals. We're going to go here and say... no hay. No hay. So that way they harvest the hay and they just leave it there for now. And we'll get shelves and all that for it later. It's never about winning, it's about making a story. And by God, it's going to be a good story. It would have been such a great finisher, though, for, like, the person to have crawled there. And, like, you know, the rest of the colony is just so past destroyed. And just be, you know, grab onto the monolith and harness the dark powers for themselves and be like, everything burned for this power. Because the reward you get from finishing the anomaly is one of your pods gets super juiced. Like, very genuinely, I wish we had the option of, like, redoing the anomaly thing. Like, you finish it and you can do it again kind of thing. Which I understand none of the endings really do that. Like, you finish the Arco Nexus and the game just ends. You can repeat the, you can repeat launching the ship a bunch of times, and I think you might be able to repeat the royalty ending. But, Ship to the Stars, I believe once you do it, it's done. Arco Nexus literally ends your run. You can do nothing after Arco Nexus. Alright, so War Merchant's back yet again. Alright, so take the knife. So we have a book on cooking and crafting. We have a book on research. And all of your weapons are basically rubbish. And that room is done. Oh, I forgot it that queued up. That's fine. Because those will be bedrooms later. You can't die, you have 4 death refusals. Me when you remove their limbs and let them cry for eternity. That's, I just realized I didn't need to do it back. Well, it's fine, whatever. That's, there's a game where they have one of the characters that's immortal, so the whole gist of it is they bury them alive. They're just like, well, that's fine. Yeah, we'll rescue you. You do it. Would I want this person to stay? Not really. They don't add any of the missing skills we have. And they're a psychopath and all that. They're not really what I'm looking for. But we will rescue them and patch them up. Knowing the game, though, it's going to absolutely be like, well, this person joined. Ghoul starvation. Is there another critter for you to eat nearby? Not really. You can eat that guinea pig. And slowly but surely, Jaywalker's getting some melee skill. Fighting for hire. So send 2 people at me. So 2 groups of 2 people-ish. That should be okay. Because I can draw them into my base. Cool, so now we're able to make more ghouls. We are going to need to do the bioferrite harvester. Just for practicality's sake. Honestly, at the speed this is going, you could probably just skip right to making these bedrooms. And get a furniture. Ancient mech I don't care about. Yeah, you can start with all those. The reason I'm saying that's like, oh, they're gonna have to carve this whole space out and do all that, and they're really not good at mining. It's like, it's fine. Where'd that guinea pig you mauled go? Well, go maul another guinea pig. Meanwhile, let's have you run down here before the raids show up. Alright, because we got this raid going on, Fights for Hire, that will have 2 groups of wasters Sorry, it looks like 2 or 3 groups of wasters will show up. I mostly accepted it because I could use the extra weapons, and with wasters, there's a good chance I'll be able to get a hold of a gun. And if I could just bait them into my area and just grab them with the ghoul should be able to 1v1 them. Not to mention putting shotgun shells into them at the same time should help. So I feel pretty decent about that. I really don't want you being on the edge of the map like that. Still no luck taming. 50 more points, and then you'll be able to tame Muffalo instead. Which would make the alpacas completely obsolete for what our purposes are. Manhunter pack of hares. So 3 of them. That's fine. Jaywalker likes to eat snacks. Alright, well, Moriarty got hurt there for no reason. Moriarty got hurt because I fast-forwarded. That's not what you want. The good news is it said they don't show up for 5 days around day 1.2, so... That little hair nibble should be more than fixed by then. With wool, is it better alpaca? Oh, I don't remember. My main concern is about getting large volumes of meat. Because I'm going to need those large volumes of meat to handle the ghoul army. So the Muffalo give almost double the amount of meat as an alpaca per day. So getting a whole bunch of Muffalo going will be a good way to get a pretty generous amount of meat going. We'll definitely end up needing a pretty big freezer in this one, because we will want to have like that buffer of just being able to put more and more just meat on the shelves. Do Mega Sloths drop fur or leather? We can find out. And they do wool as well. Mega Sloth wool. And still not quite as much meat per day as a Muffalo, but they also have double the consumption of grass per day versus a Muffalo. All right. Well, we're getting our beds built first, apparently, but that's fine. Okay. Just doing some cleanup here and there. Let's change my design, not use at the T. Okay. That's fine. I want to smooth out that one tile and this one tile over here so that they can be repaired. So as soon as we manage to get these rooms all built, we'll be good to start having our people sleep indoors. Oh, cool, we got the muffalo. All right, well, in that case, wildlife, you are no longer something we're doing that for. And then animals, goodbye, alpaca. Something nearby you can kill? Not really. How are we doing on time per quest? 2.4 days, we still got time before the raid. Alright. We can go orders, plan. So I'm going to start doing it. This will be containment in the long run. Because I'm going to line the whole thing with uranium as we're able to make that happen. Do we have any uranium available on the map visible? No. That's fine. We can make out some like bioferrite or something. Like just some stone for now. The alpaca has more cold insulation than muffalo. You usually go for alpaca in cold biomes. They're faster raid marginally, but if you prefer more meat, definitely muffalo. Yeah, that's the whole thing. Is just with this run, because we are going to need an absurd amount of materials. Mad muffalo. We're gonna need, sorry, an absurd amount of meat. That is gonna be the primary motivator, is just the meat. Jaywalker's gonna arrive about the same time as that muffalo. Muffalo's gonna lead it by a little bit. But we might be able to capitalize on this. Nicely done. No one got hurt. You got yourself a muffalo dinner. Not a whole lot of Ghoul could ask for. He's just trying to go through each and every one, try and tame anyone that'll listen. We got beggars showing up. They want 9 herbal medicine. Where's the beggar? There you are. And we've got a relic nearby. Okay, as soon as I get walls around those beds and all that, that'll be really good. Cool, so we got a second muffalo. So we did get a breeding pair, so excellent. So let's go to manage. We won't keep alpaca at all. No more than 2 adult males, and we'll say 6 adult females. This is nowhere near enough space to keep that many Muffalo, but that's okay. We can get all that set up, and then we can deal with it a little bit later, get sorted out. We have neighborly prisoners. Okay, I mean... We'll wait, I don't have a place to keep them right now. We can figure it out. Cool. And we got some reputation for bandaging up their person and letting them go. Alright. Cool. And we can trade with you. And do you have anything I want? It's not looking like it because I'm not going to keep doing melee with our other people. So giving them a spear is just like a temporary thing, considering we're just going to go for range soon enough. And you're all fed because we butchered a Muffalo. Which is only going to last for 2 days, but that is what it is. Why do you have to literally stand on the tiles and try to construct stuff so it cancels again and again? Donkey Shamblers. A group of shambling, rotting donkey corpses are approaching. Some inhuman forces reanimate these lifeless bodies and they're set them to murder. They'll wander through the area. If they see a human, they will attack. If not, they'll leave after a few days. If you capture one, you can study it. It's one donkey shambler. There is singular donkey shambler. They gave us money.
Take a sip. What's the worst that could happen?
Alright. There's a chance we get a shard out of this, which is why I went for it. Getting a shard at this point in the game is good news, because it means another ghoul later. And as far as getting a drink, I had to go grab one. So while they work their way back down here, I'm just going to go in the other room and grab a drink, because we just did have a ad break, so I'm not going to go and set up an away message. I'll be right back. Okay. So you got hit, and you lost a finger. Now what I want. And meanwhile, doctor, get doctoring. Honestly, don't worry about taming more of them. That's fine. I'd rather you work on other things. Just go ahead and eat that Muffalo right now. It's gonna rot soon anyways. Might as well get what you can out of it. Yeah, get the 3 bedrooms built. Once they're built, we can get the people not living in the production room anymore. And we're ultimately going to be cutting down this Harbinger tree because actually we'll just do that now. Okay, and we can go ahead and skew that up. Bioferrite shaping will be next. Yeah, I'm gonna be walling that off and making ourselves like a little body processing room here in the middle of the base, which should be fun. I haven't done that with the Harbinger trees yet. Okay. I didn't want to go too much farther so that they would focus on building that. But I do like the idea that we can have... Alright, so here's the first of those attacks. That's probably the ones from the 5 days we talked about. Yep. Okay, so we got 2 melee people. Was it attacks immediately? No. Let's get over here and engage on them. Okay. So you're all fine. And you're gonna go take that mace because it's an upgrade for you. And strip that person. Because they have... Oh, that's a terrible quality hat. Never mind. You do what you want. Jaywalker, since we're expecting another raid, let's actually put everyone restricted into the home zone for right now. Because we're expecting more raids following that one. So it'll be good to have everyone pretty close for the defensive side. And you're already healing, so that's good. That's kind of what I'm expecting for the fights. I'm kind of hoping 1 or 2 of them have like a revolver or something for me to work with. Okay, so you have a machine pistol of poor quality, and yours is an attacks immediately. So this works out for me. So run them back. And where are you going? Oh, I see exactly where you're going. Get on top of that person, you two start running in. Please don't trash the things I'm still actively working on building. Also, please don't shoot Sentient Cookie in the face. And with that, go grab yourself a new gun. Yeah, so I didn't really want Sentient Cookie out there, but I wasn't watching closely. That's fine. It's just a little medical practice. So there should be one more group of them that shows up. There it is. Attacks immediately. And you have tox grenades. Easy enough. Gather everyone up. Ghoul runs in, starts mauling him. You're not going to do much with tox grenades against, honestly, any of the things we've got here. Hello. Free flak vest? Don't mind if I do. Schedule, unrestricted. I'll haul that back. Nowhere accessible to store it. We could fix that. We're gonna make room for that. So, haul the flak vest. Oh, you'll never do hauling? Well, okay. That's fine. Cool. The big thing is we got the flak vest. Getting a flak vest this early in the game is not at all a little deal. Okay, we can go orders. Unforbid everything. And then those two will die soon, and Jaywalker can eat them as well. Yeah, so you got yourself needlessly shot up. Pen is not enclosed. That is my fault. And now it is. Okay. I do like the idea of having this like little contained room here of just Harbinger trees and just, you know, feeding the corpses into said room. And then we're going to have to do, for making our ghoul army, we're going to try and catch anyone we see who's got some decent traits. They'll be our targets for making ghouls. So we're looking for anyone who's got, like, brawler, nimble, tough. Jogger is another good one we'd consider. But any of those kinds of things, if we get someone who has that and the negatives aren't anything we care about, that's good enough. Oh, right, you'll never actually kill that one. It's fine. I forgot. Our, the person... Oh, man, that's going to be a bit of a problem. So I'm going to need another person who can handle. And the reason I'm going to need another person who can handle is Cookie is a pacifist. So Cookie will not slaughter animals. So Bongsville's going to have to chip in as well. Ultimately, eventually, they're all going to be chipping in on that. Because we'll eventually get to the break, we'll be having so many ghouls, it'll be a full-time job for multiple people just to keep, you know, butchering them and handling all those. We'll deal with that when we get there. Yeah, we're doing fine on wood right now. Alright, it's time for Cookie and Bongsville's wedding. Cookie keeps leaving said wedding, but you know, and they're apparently all getting high during the wedding, but you know, they could just celebrate how you want, I guess. You're, Chris like, I'm so nervous. I'm so anxious. Probably not the approach, by the way. You probably don't want to get yourself blasted high going into your wedding. One, because there's a very good chance it means it will no longer be admissible if anyone challenges it. Because if they deem that you are inebriated, you can't sign contracts, give consent or whatever in that headspace. Like, it won't be, a lot of places it won't be legally binding. Not that I think someone would actually challenge it, but it'd be one of those things like, maybe don't open that up. Because that was, oh man, what was I reading? This is going back away. They're talking about, like, different things that happens during, like, weddings or whatever, like, common things that happen. And so, for certain groups, they'll have, like, if there's any reason that these two shouldn't, be wed, like, say it now or forever hold your peace, like that whole thing. And it's one of those things like, yeah, a lot of people like to say something during that, whether serious or just horsing around. We actually recommend not doing that. It goes, it's just inviting trouble. Alright, so for Cookie, we'll go ahead and say, chop down all the trees. Oh, don't do that. That was almost a goof. Keep those two. The other trees can go. But chop down all the other trees out here. One, so that Moriarty doesn't have to do it, and since, Cookie's a much better person with plants, they just do it faster. And then two, just get the trees out of here. Just in general, get the trees out of here. Cargo pods. Site, okay, I can get behind that. How are you doing on food? You're doing pretty well. You still got some fresh human corpses from the raiders that attacked us. Oh, right, we got the Smokely from the Wasters. Like, where are we getting all the Smokely from? It's like, oh, right, we had Wasters attack us, and they dropped drugs. But now our people are like, well, we're here already. Why not? Okay. That geothermal's gonna take forever. That's fine. Like, honestly, by the time we get it, I'll be able to, like, build the wall around it, run the power over, and we can get all the stuff hooked up. But yeah, I am making a mistake that's honestly very genuinely a mistake that I commonly make, which is planning out big to start with, before, like, we have anything else going on. Alright, get that body out of there. I was wondering when they grabbed that plasteel. It's been down on the ground over there this whole time. Oh, we got Work Frenzy on Bong Spill. Trying to get the barracks all cleaned up real fast. Well, not barracks, the kitchen, whatever that room's supposed to be. Production room. Alright, and we got our first bedroom made. Okay, so Bong Spill and Sentient Cookie. Because you're the couple, right? Yep. And then next up we get Moriarty in the next bedroom. And that'll be a bit more progress there. So this could become our ideology room as one possibility. We do need a storage room, like an actual storage room. That said, I'll probably make the actual storage room bigger. I could see putting the actual storage room down here. So similar design to that room, but like on the other side of the base or whatever. Then at that point, we would probably close that off. Maybe move the production room down here as well. The freezer is going to be the curious one, because I'm going to want a fairly gargantuan freezer for what we're doing in this run. And we're going to have to like put that near-ish to where we're growing stuff, or not necessarily growing stuff, but where we're dealing with the animals. There's a lot to process there. Once we get those set up, we'll get them floored as well. Because by flooring these rooms, we'll get bonuses for having nicer bedrooms and whatnot. Alright. So that'll be good. The other thing is with the infestation right now, this I believe, let's actually check. No, actually none of that can be targeted for infestation, because it has to be overhead mountain. So none of these have reached the point of overhead mountain yet. Huh. That'll be weird. It's not often I've had a colony that can't be hit with infestation. Like, not even outside of the mountain colonies. Usually there'll be, like, a rock like that that I've carved into for something. Alright, and you now belong to Moriarty. So we can go ahead and go up here and say, you're not gonna have any bedroom stuff in there anymore at all. You can go in here and say floors. Limestone floor. There we go. And little by little, we're making ourselves an actual base. At least since we didn't do the tribal ghoul starvation. There's a rabbit. Quest expires in 24 hours. Honestly, no. So let's see. You're still a bit hungry, so let's pop up here and kill the guinea pig. Bong Spill is going to have a kid. Because it's been 30 seconds since you got married, and that's just how the way it works in RimWorld. So let's see, crib, there you are. There. Okay. Those all need to be broken eventually, that's fine. So we'll let them finish this before we queue up the next thing. But like I said, I think we'll do is I'll make this area here with another room down here for storage. That way we've got rooms for like bedrooms and for like our containment rooms and that kind of nonsense. Probably get a production room down here somewhere. The ghouls fortunately don't need bedrooms of any kind, so that's fine too. Visitors, items to trade, can do. All right. There we go. Oh, do I? You know, I bet. Production, tailoring bench? Yep. Should have that built and going already. Is there another production stuff I'm missing? Not that I care about right now. Like, we don't have the art bench, but I'm not worried about the art bench anytime soon. An anomaly, and this, we don't have any stuff. Okay. It just struck me as like, oh, I should get my tailoring research going. It's like, wait, I should already have that. That's fine. And you need our snack. All right. We'll also eventually run out of things that I can safely just send Jaywalker just take out himself without having to worry about. But we're getting there. Little by little, our Muffalo population is going to grow. Refrigeration is going to be one of our big moves here. I think, do we start with air conditioning? We do. So it's just getting that geothermal online. That way I don't have to deal with like batteries and wind turbines and all that stuff constantly going. Just wall off a wind turbine over there and be done with it. And eventually Cookie will start running out of blocks nearby to make... Sorry, chunks nearby to make into blocks. Quest the dig. We can worry about that later. That'll be one difficult thing, is dealing with having our group primarily be ghouls. When it comes to caravanning, it's going to be a challenge of taking the ghouls out in the caravan to go grab stuff, knowing it can only carry about 2-3 days worth of supplies just because meat going bad. There's like no preserving it. Like there's no idea in the there's no concept of this game of like salted meat to bring with you for the ghouls. Pemmican counts as a meal, so the ghouls won't touch it. Disease malaria on Moriarty. Thanks. I hate it. So I'm gonna bandage you and I'm gonna preach health you. Just right away at the beginning getting health. That's it. Yeah, if you want salted meat, you'll need one of the medieval mods out there that offers jerky as a thing. Well, the big thing is, mechanically as a balance choice, the ghouls require raw meat. So it can't be cooked or prepared or anything. Because all pemmican is just like meat and vegetables mashed together and dried out. It serves the same purpose as like beef jerky so far as a snack you can carry around, well, food you can carry around that holds up for a long time and that kind of bit. But we should be able to get there. Alright, so we got bioferric shaping, so there's disruptor flares next. Alright, so far you're winning. We're getting some good 10s in there. Do you know with the vanilla expanded mod that jerky counts as cooking, for cooking as raw meat? It might be the same for ghouls, but you haven't tried it yet. Yeah, no, it's fine. I probably wouldn't mess with it anyways. It's a curiosity where it feels like a, something that may not have been considered as much with the caravanning. Which would check out for caravanning in general. That caravanning always feels like it's not quite in a great place for any point in time. And all our construction has stopped because Moriarty has malaria. That said, we're solidly winning. Because I didn't wait at all. I was just like, no, this is actually dangerous. We're pre-healthing it right on the beginning. So we can give them as much of a buffer as possible. Because when you're this small of a colony, losing a pawn is devastating. Sadly, though, this will be decided one way or the other before we have pre-health available again. But with a 50 and then an 80% tend considering our current situation, it's not bad. Forced Weather and Bradley will join. They're a 5-year-old child. Honestly, for a 5-year-old child, sure. Okay, so you have no stats to you whatsoever. No passions, no nothing, because you are a 5-year-old child. So we're gonna do that, and you're restricted to the home zone. And for right now, you can grab that club. And our new colonist is the very last Lardine. And the reason I went ahead and did that is we are in that situation where we just don't have enough people. So we can bring them in, and then worst case, if they join and we go, this isn't the colony and all that, then we can turn around and just ghoul them. You keep missing the fall of colonies? Yeah, no, we got right up to the end where we had awakened the monolith. We literally just had to get someone to it to click the button. But unfortunately, we were just too thrashed, and I kept trying to run people through hallways just to get past the enemies, but there's just too many. Because I think when we got it awoken, there's only 5 people still standing. Well, when we finished the towers, and then we had to wait. I think it's like 6 in-game hours, and it's just in that time trying to get into position, and everyone was just badly worn. If I had realized the wait as well as a couple of our things, I probably could have made it work. Like, we had a colonist who got down but got back up again because they were patched up. Had I put a bed next to the monolith, there is a chance it would have had them stand back up and immediately be able to have them jump on it. There's a couple seconds before they actually go through it, but there's a chance they would have pulled it off. But I didn't think about it at the time. So it's too little too late kind of thing. I say, don't leave them unpatched up. 65%? You're still holding up, alright. You still got almost a 20% lead, so just keep sticking to it. Yeah, so Moriarty is almost certainly going to survive. Armored Tree Sprout. Cool, that's actually a good position for you. Alright, got a raid that's attacking immediately. They got Molotovs and a knife. Alright. You seem to be going slower. Bad back. That actually works out pretty well. Because that means I can rush the one at the Molotovs immediately. And the one at the bad back will be just really late to the party. All right. Jaywalker says they're not done yet. Jaywalker says more. And with bad back, like Jaywalker has every advantage here. Tough, nimble, you know, decent melee skill versus someone who has none and who has a bad back. Jaywalker shouldn't have to worry about losing this fight. Then my luck, it'll be like neck hit, dead. Yeah, Jaywalker hungers for blood. And after having a nice, satisfying battle, Jaywalker is going to go back and enjoy a nice meal. As ghouls do. Yep, that fight cost him 2 legs and an arm. Alright. So get you one more tend, and then feed you. And they'll probably be just about enough that you'll get your recovery from the malaria and we can move on. I could even potentially see changing the Harbinger trees so that we only put rotten corpses underneath them and just whoever Jaywalker kills has their own little people freezer. Just because ghoul things. Because we butchered the people, unfortunately, our people get really mad because we're not cannibals. But if we have a ghoul population, we keep having these raids. That'll be a thing worth considering. Yeah, just ghouly things. Ghoul's gonna ghoul. Why are you actually studying that? Should you not be laying down? I'm not worried you've got like a 20+% lead. I'm just confused why you're out here researching. When bed rest... Oh, bed rest is set to 2. That's not right. That's not what I want. I mean, you're still more than golden, so I don't really care. You've got almost a 30% lead. Yep, so you're immune, so we're fine. And that means when you wake up, you'll actually be able to go and get the rest of these bedrooms sorted out. See, you liken the time it took me to catch the second pawn? You had regen your health? That's what ghouls do. Ghoul's entire job is, what if I could just put up with some nonsense? Here, you just stay where you're at. You stay where you're at. I want to get something a little bit longer range of these shotguns and the auto pistol. Because we got a little bit more range, I could sit back there and tag him with like the bolt action or something. Surprised only the one reacted. I was expecting all 3 of them to come after me. There we go. Yeah, so that's what I was expecting. To hit one and then everything come after me. All right. Cool. We're handling all that just fine. We'll definitely need to get our containment up soon, which is my plan once this room is done, is we're going to carve out this one and get our first containment room set up. So we can start bioferrite harvesting as soon as possible. So how many days does it take one of these to hit adulthood? Or to be fully grown or whatever? Come on. 19 days. So basically just over a season. And I imagine with a freezer, like one, like, you know, a couple, it'll only take like 2-3 muffaloes to feed a ghoul for a season, I'd imagine. We'll get it sorted out. That'd be one of the things for like when we go to like mess with genetics. That's what we're gonna do a lot with to make the ghouls strong. I probably will want to go out of my way to set a whole bunch of negative traits for them that don't matter, like being bad at crafting and all that, just for the purposes of trying to reduce their hunger as much as possible, just to make the large numbers more manageable. But also, I want to give them power fists. That sounds like fun. Yeah, it's gonna take some work to get there, especially with the research penalties. The good news is we already have a little bit of progress in that direction, but what we'll definitely need to do is get the geothermal up, get the xenogenetics, the microelectronics, the gene processor. We'll probably need to go right for the fabricator just to be able to keep stuff up and running. But, like, we'll be able to start getting the genes pretty early on. Alright, Speedy would join. Speedy is unexciting. And he gave me 10 reputation for keeping someone around for 8 days. Okay. I can live with that. So I hope you were not expecting 5-star accommodations, because you're gonna get to sleep on the floor in our production room. And that's what you're gonna do here. The good news is you are someone who's willing to work. Most of the time when you get those people, they're not. Actually, you're good at mining and construction, so get to it. Because that'll help out a lot, so that Moriarty's not doing it all by themselves. Alright. Yes, just a little bit more furniture to do, and then they'll be cleaning all this up. Actually, don't make it like that. Orders can go to the plan. Remove all that for right now. Go structure, put up the security door. We won't be able to power the security door yet, but that's whatever. Don't cut that wall away. Okay, and that'll work. And that's another bedroom done. Alright. Yes, the new policies do not allow fresh. That way we can slowly get ourselves a place for all them. We have recruitment bonus. I didn't look at you, Sleepy. What are your stats? Oh, you're terrible. That's what your stats are. Yeah, so we're just gonna cram these things in here really tight into the area. So we have the containment table, holding platform. So plan is to put that like right here, and then put the harvester right next to it. When we have power set up. Hey, Kitten Karma, how's it going? Good seeing you. All right. So let's see about what I want to do for this side. So if we go from the center point back to there, so that's 12. I could just match that design. Okay. I'm just kind of matching the design we've already got there. All right. Yeah, so you can go down here, and then this will be a storage room. I'm doing pretty good. Okay, and for right now, make that the end of the hallway, and we'll add stuff in later. That'll be walled off there. Transport pod crash. A cave child named Karen. They're a nimble undergrounder potty purist. Hey, Karen, do you want to join? I want to show you some science. We got some real cool science going on here. I think you just might appreciate. But first, it's a matter of whether or not you join me. But that nimble stat, that makes you actually a decent consideration for a melee pawn. So, you know, we could work with that. All you got to do is join, and we can figure something out. Sacrifice? No, not a sacrifice. No, that's... Come on, we wouldn't do anything that unethical. Ghoul starvation. Oh my god, please. I don't want to have to babysit you all day. When you get hungry, kill a turtle or something, man. Also, please don't stand in the far outer edge of the map. Hey, Karen, buddy, pal, broski. First, let's look at your stats. Don't do this. No, I think we're at the point where there are no medical beds available. Well, it just so happens there is. Oh, right, and draw a name. Congratulations, Groot's twig. Why not be funny? Because it serves no purpose. We're doing something also involved. Which is we're going to do our operation on Groot's right now. And welcome Ghoul number 2. So now as Ghoul, you may hunt bigger game. For you to feed on. All right. Because that's 2 ghouls we're up to. I got the spaceship hack. We'll deal with that in a little while. Like, I really want to focus on getting this online. So they should have right here, once they're finished patching up some walls and all that, they should get to mining. And once they start mining, that'll be good for us. Okay, so what do we got here? Let's give them the trace amounts of... What add-ons am I using? If you're talking about mods, I'm not using very many in general. On Twitch, I have a command that's !mods. I haven't got set up where I've got a bot hooked up to YouTube to do all that stuff, unfortunately. I found it to be a lot more involved process, unfortunately. But almost all of my mods are UI-style mods, nothing that changes like the gameplay for the most part. Just my personal preference, I like to very, very lightly mod my games. Alright, quests are going to give me 90 toxic waste bags for a telescope. Done. No question about it. Done. Telescope goes here. Actually... You know, honestly, this can go inside the room with the harbinger plants. The waste packs have arrived, and they're up here, and that's right where they're going to stay. The DLC I meant, I have all of them. All DLC are turned on right now. Okay. Go get yourselves a new alpaca. Alright. Well, at least with the pair of them, I feel comfortable like going after like bigger things. And they gave us 4 medicines, so that's nice. And then Moriarty will process it, drop a pile of meat on the floor for the ghouls to snack on for a while. And then, you know, we'll do it again the next day. I just need you to finish carving. What are you out doing? Oh yeah, you're still removing some floor. They should be running out of that pretty soon. Cool, now you're going to smooth out that one little spot of wall here. They did more content, more fun? Yeah. There's definitely a place for, like, where content can be a bit too much. Now, if you hang on for just a moment, I need to use the restroom real fast. We're about to have an ad break over here on Twitch, so I'm going to step away for just a couple minutes while the ad break is going on, and I'll be right back. So thank you again for tuning in, and I'll be back here in just a couple minutes. Oh. I was not expecting that. You are correct. It does do a thing. You just gotta hold it long enough. Trees are the real enemy. Never trust a tree. They will betray you at your moment of weakness. They will look you in the eyes as you reach forward and say, "Please help me," and they will spit on your hand and slap it away and watch you fail. And by that I mean a zombie will walk through and grab you and bite you in the face. But, you know, sometimes you got to just talk it up a little. You're showing me that this is perfect. Ah, don't worry, chat. My paint job is perfect. My paint job is definitely not missing anything. The game says we're done here. I especially like, it'd be one thing if it was literally like that was painted, this is nice and uniform, except I got a bunch of like splash over here. Hey, I'm not gonna argue with the game logic. It's perfect. Alright. Hey, train, could you not? Hey, train, please. Train. No. This is not my stop, train. I don't want to go this way. Let me free. Alright, so we're going to... Oh, God. And we just need to straighten it out and everything will be fine. Alright, and I am back. Oh, some sim games that are nice, completely and utterly cursed physics. I don't think I've ever run to a single sim game that doesn't every once in a while just completely brain fart on all of its physics and just do weird and ridiculous nonsense. Oh yeah, I can convert you. We'll work on that. Transport pod crash. A treehouse builder named Vance. Okay. Vance, a treehouse builder. Another pacifist. So we don't want this person to stay at our colony, because they won't make a good ghoul. And I don't particularly want them for our people, which means they're absolutely going to join us. But we'll figure it out. Hey, Lanix, how's it going? The colony's going good. I'm having an alright weekend. Alright, so we just need to get this carved out for more space. Traits are okay, though? Yeah. I mean, you got kind and body modder, but the problem is it's a pacifist, and we already have a pacifist. So for a colony this small, having multiple pacifists is pretty rough. That's like its own challenge run is doing, where you've got like 2-3 pacifists early game. Well, it's getting to be that time again. Go get us food, ghouls. Well, we'll see how that goes. Can't do it in vanilla? No. When they're pacifists, they're just a pacifist. That's just pacifist for life in vanilla. Hey, go mine over there, please. Prioritize this room. It's more important for my purposes right now. No, not... Oh, that tile's not set to mine. There we go. Cool, Vance decided to leave. That's good, because I didn't want Vance to stay. Alright. So be able to start extracting bioferrite manually. Yep, it's an anomaly thing. It takes plasteel and all that, but it has a very, very high amount of health. When it comes to containing the things that are scary, the more durable the stuff in the room is, the better you'll get so far as all that goes. Oh, you got struck by lightning. Yeah, you gotta keep in mind it's made out of plasteel. And it's too wide, so if you have groups hitting it, you can get more people on it hitting it at a time. Yeah, it's more than a granite wall. But like that's the whole idea. It's to contain like the really scary anomaly stuff you get, to hold it back long enough for you to get people in position. Like, you don't typically use it as an exterior door. I mean, you certainly could. Usually use it as containment rooms. And once they mine this out, this will be our ideology room. Then we can go down here. This will be a storage room. We'll get some more bedrooms going. Starting closing the place off. Actually, let's put this up here. The reason I'm thinking one up there is ultimately I'm going to be dumping a bunch of corpses in here, and it won't help our people's mood if every time they go to get recreation they have to, like, walk out into a field of rotting corpses being eaten by trees. Hey, Ve Victus! Thank you so much for the raid! I really do appreciate it. I do hope you had yourself a good stream, and what were you streaming today? I also understand if you gotta, like, raid and run all that. By all means, you know you're always welcome here and all that kind of good stuff. But I also understand if you got a dash. But, what were we streaming today? It says, Heroes of Hammerwatch, Project Zomboid, and War Tales were your recent categories. But yeah, for those that don't know, Ve Victus is another fantastic content creator on the platform, someone definitely worth checking out and all that good stuff. But yeah, welcome in, Raiders. Because he was revisiting War Tales tonight. Gotcha. I haven't checked out, War Tales yet. I've heard good things. But for everyone popping in, I am Rual Storge. I do play a variety of games here on Twitch. I'm most known for my exploits in Project Zomboid, which apparently our ghouls have decided to get struck by lightning, so good job, ghouls. But I used to hold the world record for the highest kill count run ever streamed playing Project Zomboid at 135,121 zombies killed in one character in one life with no mods to change itemization or vehicles on hard than apocalypse settings. That said, that record has been beaten. But I'm a variety streamer, and I do play a range of games, including RimWorld. We started today's stream with a 100% Swamp Hill challenge. We got all the way up to, we just had to click the last little button to win Anomaly, and we had no one left to click it. So we got to see the awakened things in there. I've already got 2 Anomaly victories under my belt, but we were doing it on a ridiculous challenge run, and our wealth was just a bit on the high side, so it was a lot of stuff to deal with. Alright, you getting the munchies there, ghouls? You need to go get yourself another alpaca? But yeah, so I do play a range of games, lots of slice of life, simulation tycoon, settlement builder, city builder, a whole range. Man. Oh, there we go. There we go. There's something to go hunt. Go get them, ghouls. Lardine's like, ugh, you're getting blood everywhere. You're seeing a lot of people play RimWorld again lately? Yeah, it's actually been coming back down a little bit on its viewership, but they did come out with the DLC update recently, the Anomaly DLC, and that had a huge boost. So we're actually coming down from the really big boost of viewership. So it's honestly not far from what its viewership was right before the DLC. Fertilizing their crops with your enemies? Yeah, we do have our Harbinger trees that we're feeding the meat. Oh, Zomboid, I'm sorry. Yeah, Zomboid being up is a more curious one. Just because we haven't had any new word on the on Build 42 coming out anytime soon. But we'll see. I mean, I'm looking forward to Build 42, but I don't think Build 42 is coming in the near term. My guess would be right before the fall. But that said, with a bunch of the conversations happening around it with the dev team and all that, it wouldn't surprise me to find out it's going to be even longer. But that's the nature of the devs. They're very much in the camp of it's ready when it's ready and not a day before. And I very much respect that, because I would rather get a finished game than, you know, get some that's kind of in a messy state. Because we get enough of those kind of games that they come out and they're all messy and a whole thing. Yeah, Zomboid development is not for the impatient. Yeah. Well, like I said, they very much go by the mindset of it's ready when it's ready. And I think that's the correct mindset. But I definitely know there's a lot of people who get very impatient with it. And that is what it is. Alright, so we got another raid of Wasters coming. Ooh, you got yourself bolt action. Don't be bio. Nice. So they've all got guns. So they can actually do a respectable amount of damage. Is that attacks immediately? I should check. No, they're going to prepare. So they've got better range than I do. So we're going to restrict our people to stay back home. And then when they go in, we're going to rush 2 of them with the ghouls, and then just everyone else is going to hammer on the 3rd one. All right, Bongspill's getting ready to have a baby. Let's see, especially in early access, by now it should go without saying that you only buy early access, you can price the acceptance for what you get now. Yeah, I've mentioned a number of times that early access is kind of a meaningless term on a lot of stuff these days. There are reasons with like what you're allowed to change your pricing with and that kind of stuff, or marketing side, as to reasons you should, you know, consider early access. But very little of it has anything to do with your development cycle. So can I bait you to come in here? Oh yeah, you with the bolt action first. That is perfect. Come on in, buddy. Well. Okay. I don't know why that killed you one and done. It was one shot. Oh, okay. All right. Give me that bolt action. I was not expecting someone to just like straight up snipe him with an auto pistol. What are you... Since when have Wasters been made out of paper mache? Alright, well, go team. Schedule, you're unrestricted now, except for the small child. You go ahead and pop that door. Cool. That didn't take much. And you will be allowed to have corpses? Yeah. Okay, storage. You may bring human-like corpses up here. Okay, so haul. 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 So get all those out of here so that people growing stuff don't throw a fit constantly. And bring at least that back so we've got one spare weapon. Okay, so now let's start bringing back our Muffalo, who immediately ran outside. They said, you have given us half a second of not being supervised, so we will run for the hills. All right. Meanwhile, looking at our rituals, let's not you. Actually. Yeah, so not you. If we look at our rituals real fast, what do we have? So we have a lantern party. It's the only one we currently have. Well, that's honestly a pretty easy one to do. A mad gazelle. I'll deal with that in a minute. So I'll put that out there for the lantern party. We got a mad gazelle down here. So run out here. And we're all situated. Cool. Well, I was expecting to have to put a bunch of stuff in here for this room, but that's fine. With that, though, that means we can go down here and say sandstone all the way down to there. Alright, we're gonna have a bunch of random debris to stick the ghouls on here in a minute. So just queuing up a ton of stuff at once. Which is usually not the right play, but... Shell's arrived. Is that for Sleepy? Yep. So get Sleepy out of here. Yeah, let's not close that off. Alright, so we got some... standings and all that for keeping that person here. Okay, so we've got a couple things to break down here. That's fine. We'll have 2 doors that go down this way. A door over there, a couple doors in here. That is just wide open right now because I got to do more with it. Doors in those spots. Alright, you two good? Alright, so you're not hungry right now. So go smash whatever that is. And how are you doing food-wise? You're both okay. Yeah, so the danger of what I've done here is I've queued up way more than I reasonably should. But, hear me out, it means it's all queued up, and I don't have to worry about it. Okay, we got the disruptor flares. Proximity detector will probably be the next one we want. Okay, you get yourself a snack. Cool. So there's more of that junk in here, but at least they can close off the space. So this will get our bedroom set up. And then over here we'll have like another containment room. Alright, go. They'll make them longer. It's unnecessary. It doesn't add any benefit, but... And that's what we'll plan for right now for those. And I won't worry about the security doors and all that until we're good here. I forgot there was even a weather controller involved. Alright, so we got the space drone hack, we've got that, we've got Royal Ascent. We're probably not going to be doing Royal Ascent, so let's get that out of the way. We're not going to be going after all that. We'll definitely also want to go through, and once this is enclosed off, put flooring down in all this area as well. Right now, we're mostly just waiting on research. Just unfortunately, as ritualists, our research is extra slow. We have a group of hair shamblers. Okay, you both fed? Cool. This time I've got some pretty long-range weapons, though. Come on, you can hit him. Any day now. I don't even know which one you're shooting at. Alright, I've got our first target right there. And there's a second target. You're gonna need a lot of practice shooting that gun. Please. I'm gonna need to take him and sit there and have him start just hunting. All right. And sorted. Sadly, we didn't get a fragment this time. But that's part of the reason, even though I don't have to fight those ones, it's like, nah, let's go and knock him down. Just in the off chance that we get lucky. And, you know, it drops us something good. Okay, and there's no meat for you. Let's go have you pick on a gazelle. All right. So that's all I gotta just keep doing is just as they get hungry, just go kill something. I don't know if the warg hunt the ghouls. I wouldn't think so, because they're effectively rotten corpses. Should the kid get a gun too? You're actually correct. They should. I was keeping them out of most of the fights, so they just had the mace because that's what weapon I had available. And bear with me, I'm just making an adjustment to my air conditioning because it's getting a little nippy in here. Alright. Alright, so let's begin a lantern party just because we can. I didn't even look at to see what the potential reward was for it. But the way I figure is everyone's here. And Alpaca's chosen death. Good job, Alpaca. I appreciate your contributions to the colony. Alright, and a mood bonus. Did you know that there's a mod that connects Twitch viewers to your RimWorld characters? Yes. There's actually a couple different mods you can do for Twitch integration. I generally only do Twitch integration for like special occasions because it's ridiculously frenetic. Like you have to go through and put a lot of effort into containing the chaos. So I kind of don't see it as my colony to win so much as chat gets to kind of decide, are we winning, are we losing when we do that? Like, I can do what I can to improve the odds and all that. But just the reality is, they've got way more levers to pull than I do. But yeah, no, I agree. Melee kids in RimWorld are just dead kids. They take extra damage and all that. They can also get really laggy? Yeah. Well, that was we did the whole tile challenge for a while, and that was one of the reasons we don't do that much anymore. It's a fun challenge, but you end up putting a lot of effort into just trying to manage the game performance, because when you start getting to a colony taking up literally the entire map, it escalates pretty quick. Cold snap for pay. I mean, a masterwork nerve spiker for a cold snap is pretty nice. Alright, well, I'm gonna say that shotgun you've been using, get rid of that. And honestly, that masterwork, the masterwork bow is probably better than your poor quality revolver. Alright, so just as a precaution, I'm gonna build a fire up here. If people start dealing with hypothermia, then we can start, you know, bringing him into the, bring him to this room again. Okay. Why do you need rescue? Because you are super pregnant and you have food poisoning. Not a good time together, because you're right about to have that kid. Okay, so all the plant life on the map is dying. Why not make heat vents? I don't have electricity hooked up if you're talking about the heaters. That's what we're researching right now, is the geothermal, so I can hook it up. I could set up the wind turbines, but honestly, like, I probably should have, in all honesty. But for me personally, it's just like, I'll just wait out the geothermal. Yeah, so people are getting a little bit of hypothermia. Probably worth putting one in here as well. Starvation. Oh, that's because you're downed. Okay. Yeah, so rooms that people frequent, we're gonna have the fires going for now. It's a pretty short cold snap, just a couple of days, so it should be alright. Okay. Oh, they finally got that built. Alright. So we will do parkas, button-down shirts, pants, bowler hats, pants, parka, shirt, and face masks. Let's move the face mask up to the top, because no matter what you're wearing, for the most part, a face mask is always a benefit. I'll be able to get the muffalo wool soon. So let's go through and set all these. They have to be at least 80%. That way we always have some spares. If anything gets worn out, then we won't have it. Alright. And considering we're getting a decent amount of muffalo wool, we shouldn't have to worry too much. Can't you ache? Can't you shoot? Yes. I'm not sure what that's to do with anything. Alright, so you're back up. Let's have you go down here and grab your bolt action. And there's still meat in there for you two. So I'm not too worried about that. Can't you make human skin coats? I don't have any human skin. Nor do I intend on butchering humanoids because our characters don't have... They're not set up to be psychopaths or anything like that, so if we butcher a human, what'll end up happening is I'll start having, you know, emotional meltdowns and all that kind of stuff. For money? Yeah, you can do that. But like I'm saying, we didn't go out of our way to make our characters, like, cool with being absolute monsters, so if we butcher people, then we'll take, I think it's like a minus 20 or it's a minus 30 mood debuff or some nonsense, and it stacks. So unless you make your characters a bunch of, like, psychopaths and that kind of stuff, then doing, like, the whole human leather thing is just, you're just killing your colony. Because you just have an endless treadmill of mood breaks. Generally speaking, you won't see me go and do runs where, like, we're going hard into cannibalism or, like, you know, butchering people to make clothing or anything like that. I generally play, you know, as somewhat normal people who just got stuck on a RimWorld. Most of them are monsters? No. Like, RimWorld does a weird characterization of things where, like, there's people who you can never be neutral with and all that. But yeah. It's their own choice. I also haven't really, like, made colonies that are, like, big, like, drug cartel kind of things. Like, when I early on played, because it do stuff like, you know, sea ice and ice sheet, and, you know, cannibalism's gonna happen on those maps. That's one thing. But it definitely, when I first got RimWorld, I did a bunch of the hee-hee, look at I'm doing all the evil. And then once it lost its novelty, it generally, like, it doesn't interest me anymore doing that style of play. They have extra arms? I don't know what you're talking about, Mandy. All bipedal characters in the game have only 2 arms. Okay, so we need to find you something to kill to eat. And a lot of stuff ditched the map, but that's fine. We got some gazelle down here. And there's a fresh one right down there for you to eat. So you can beat up this one. And enjoy the other one. Go ahead and kill another. Is where you saw someone have an arm on your shoulder? Oh, if you look at like there's a graphic or whatever, sure. But the way the game works is if you get like the tentacle arm. So for example, we've got Moriarty here, has a flesh tentacle. It's marked as right shoulder, but that's in place of their arm. That isn't an additional arm. So if you look at the portrait, there's that there, but they don't have like a second arm coming out of there. Like when you get it, actually describes their arm as splitting in half and then the tentacle coming out of it. Trying to get back up here. Yeah, so a cold snap should be, I believe it said 5 days. Sorry, 4.7 days. And we accepted it 3 days ago, I believe. So we're already most of the way through the cold snap. Yeah, no, it's like I've done like I did do because I almost never do like the evil over the top runs. It was a charity goal, I think it was, that if we raised enough money for charity, I'd do like an evil run, and we gave it a good couple attempts before we got I can't remember if we ultimately got a win out of it or we just got really late game. But yeah, no, I definitely did one of those where like we were doing like cannibalism and all that sort of stuff. I still don't ever do slavery. One, because I don't enjoy the mechanic, and two, I'm not even interested in doing that. Like, even though it's a video game, it's one of those things like, yeah, but no, really, I have zero interest in simulating that. And we got a baby on the way. I'll deal with that after we get the baby thing sorted. I'm going to need you to refuel that stove as people are starting to get hypothermia as they're trying to deliver a baby. Hey, Randall Thor, how's it going? Clearly we'll have a flawless delivery. We are even wearing a lab coat. So we're definitely absolutely prepped for this in every way we can be. I'm doing all right. Healthy baby. Excellent. So with a healthy baby, we'll go ahead and name the brand new baby. The queue is not empty. It lies. There we go. Donkey Duff. Down here. You're gonna just... Don't just leave the baby on the floor. Alright. So we're doing pretty well there. Anyone getting really bad hypothermia? Some hypothermia. Not bad, though. We need to go stand out here for a minute. Alright. Yeah, no, it's a bug I've been meaning to pin down. I think what's happening is when it's adding the names onto the text file that I store all the names for, like, drawing them from in the application, I think it has where it has, like, the very first or last line is empty.
Thank you, Randall, for 1812 for gifting a sub to CatPig7.
And thank you, Randall Thor, for gifting a sub to Catpig. Catpig, you now have yourself some nice advertising free viewing, and as well as access to the emotes, whether you wanted them or not. Thank you again, Randall Thor, for all the support. I really do appreciate it. But yeah, so it's just one of those things. I think it's grabbing that empty line, and it's just like, oh, there's nothing here. But it's just, I always, like, I'll forget about it when I have time to troubleshoot stuff, and then... Name the baby Grunk? No, on Twitch, we have people entering, like, an entire name pool and all that, so everyone here is named after a viewer. Alright. And we can go rough up an alpaca while we wait. So that's kind of a downside is... We got our Muffalo, and that cold snap did wipe out literally all of the grass and everything. So that's a bit of a problem. We also didn't get to harvest the hay. Alright, well at least the cold snap is over now. I think it's worth getting a masterwork nerve spiker. You know, it took a ding on our food, and the Muffler are gonna be pretty angry about it, but eh. We can just ignore the Muffalo and their complaint. Alright, meanwhile, we'll also want to get floors. Put the limestone floors to the bedrooms. And slowly but surely, we are starting to get that together. I do think we'll ultimately move the production room down here. You know, where it's currently just shoved up there. That's our storage room we're working on right now, so we don't have to leave that all on the floor. Just taking time. Having only one person part-time constructioning is not the most efficient. Is that highlighting a mod or new vanilla feature? It's a new vanilla feature, the highlighting here. That's 1.5 added that. You know, it's like not even required DLC, just version 1.5 of the game. Because you worry about the micro you may need to do with the ghouls, but you hadn't thought of them hunting as a pack. Yeah. It's still those things I'll have to watch out for that it'll be a pain point. Really, the big thing that's going to end up happening down the road is just getting ourselves like a proper farm going so I can get a giant buffer of food. A leathery stranger is approaching your colony. He wants to talk. Send a colonist to hear them out. Okay, so what's the leathery stranger going to want to talk about? Alright. The leathery stranger stares into space and speaks in a monotone as though they hardly sees anyone or anything. He refuses to leave and insists he's only interested in the colony. He says that he can help. He claims to have extensive knowledge of the alchemical practice. He can use unknown archaeotechnology influence to transmute steel into various valuable resources. Yes. Yes, please. What are your stats as I took you without even looking? Super immune, void fascination. I can live with that. That's honestly... Oh, you're a waster? Well... So, I'm gonna be honest. we don't have any of those drugs you say you need to literally not die. Maybe should have checked that first. But on the positive side, all right, let me be fair, there's not a positive side. But okay, look. You'll get to transmute some materials before you die. It's got to count for something, right? Growth moment for Lardine. Alright, so we have negative, negative, neutral, and positive. So we're definitely taking the positive. So Lardine was the kid who joined at 5, is now 6. So whatever age, 7. That's the age. So far it's been a fairly neutral pawn, but that's okay. That's not... I mean, we need to set you as well, but... Yeah, we can have you help with construction. You can also help with cleaning. Let's actually make you the dedicated cleaning and hauling person. You can construct... Yeah, you're the dedicated cleaning and hauling person. That's what you do. Meanwhile, you can't actually do anything new yet that we care about, Lardine. We have no passions for her yet. Positive side is free labor? Yeah. So what we're going to need to do... I don't really want to pivot our research. So if we do the psychoid brewing... That'll give us something we can give for the psychoid dependency. Alright. Deal with that before it starts hunting any of my people. Dealing with drugs, needing drugs in this area is a hard sell. Yeah, we're probably going to have to trade for them, or if we're lucky, we'll have a random raid show up and give us some. Because usually when they show up, in this case he doesn't, a lot of times when they show up, they will show up with a little bit on them. In this case he didn't, which is kind of a big bummer. But yeah, so what we're going to try to do is get all that growing pretty early. In fact, for right now, you help plant stuff. Alright, Mandy, you have a good one as well. And meanwhile, do not refuel and deconstruct that. Do not refuel and deconstruct that. Okay, but we want to try and get these plants growing again. One, before we start running into serious food problems. And two, so we can hopefully get some of that psychoid up so we can start making Psi T. And then that can, you know, fulfill Quake's dependency on Psi T. Because that transmutability is really nice. Because I'm not sure if you noticed, we were able to turn that steel into uranium. And that's enough uranium to actually make, I think, the better part of a room. Yeah, because it's 5 per tile. So let's start by going and saying we'll peel out this wall here. Because that's very soft because it's marble. So we'll make that... Actually, don't remove those walls. Smooth that one. So what we'll do here, though, is we'll go to structure, uranium, make that back wall uranium. Gonna reinstall that over here. Actually, reinstall it over there. Because what I'm going to do is I'm going to replace these walls on the outside edge here with uranium walls, just to give it maximum containment strength. Alright, so they're growing stuff as fast as they can. You two getting hungry? Yes, you are. There's still some meat in there, so you're going to get your next meal. And I'm going to send you on a rampage hunting a bunch of gazelle for me. Goats join. No, they didn't. There is no evidence that the goats ever joined. We never saw them. All right. That'll do. Goes bad. Mad gazelles. Okay. They know what we've done. That's why they've all turned on us. Okay, so downside is our gazelles are currently, or sorry, not gazelles, our ghouls are currently way out on their own. Hey, Lardine, buddy, I'm gonna need you to go inside. It's about to get real spicy out there. Cookie, I'm gonna need you to stay inside there, buddy. All right. We're just gonna have to turn and burn on it. So that's one. They've got 4 more over there. They do appear to be coming around, so let's get everyone here in position, ready for a fight. Well, one of them's coming around. Okay, for the rest of them, let them all run up here and get in position and just open fire as soon as they can. With the 2 ghouls, I'm not worried about a handful of gazelle. It's just speeding up my hunting the gazelle situation. Alright, and that is all the mad gazelles, so that's good. Cool. Oh, and you can go back to doing what you're doing. Because I would like us to start... Plus some target practice? Yeah, so I would like us to go and hopefully get them all processed really fast. Why aren't you starving? Oh, you're feeding the baby. That does answer that question. It is a regular problem. All right. So now downside is we're butchering all these and we're not going to get through that meat in nearly enough time to be worthwhile. But it is what it is. Yeah, once they finish planting, they can go ahead and grab berries. That'll help. Alright, we got sad survivors. That's literally the same person we had drop by earlier. We are going to accept them once we get our food situated. So we're going to kind of delay accepting them because I expect our food to get kind of dicey here for a minute. So I'd like to get this as grown as possible before we accept them to reduce how long we have, you know, that many mouths to feed before we got everything situated. And now you have malnutrition or anything like that yet. And we made 0 progress on our research. Because the person who was researching was our grower when they weren't busy. Alright, we got bioferrite, that's good. Yeah, big thing is a lot of that food, the muffalo are gonna hit pretty early on. As the population grows. What happened to the toxic pollution colony? So we did the anomaly event and we got all the way down to where we just had to hit the last button for it to be done. Like we had done all the pillars and everything. But we just didn't have anyone who could make it to it before we got wiped out. Like, literally, we had some get within a couple of squares of it and be like, come on, just hit it. Just push the button. But we did ultimately die. But it was, like, right there. So we're, like, 99.9% done. Yeah, there's definitely 1 or 2 things I could have done differently and probably have gotten the win, but, you know, that's hindsight 2020. Things I didn't think of in the moment. And you're just butchering absolutely everything, because lots of animals went down. Alright, so they're going to prepare to attack. Looks like a group of Neanderthals. So Neanderthals can actually be a bit of a... That's honestly a pretty rough group. So this guy here, this Caxigo... 13 melee brawler on a Neanderthal is actually pretty rough. Alright, well, this is going to be an all-hands-on-deck fight. I'm going to open the door. I'm going to try and draw them in. Alright, there's the dangerous one. Come on, tag him. He's coming in from an angle. Stunned him. Come on. Keep it up. Buffalo, quick going for the run. Nice. Would you... Oh, you're the worst. Don't just break my stuff to break my stuff. It's just mean. Well, they're basically done in there. They fully trashed everything. On the plus side, they did leave some stuff for you. Alright, so unrestrict everyone. So they did... Oh, this isn't set. Weirdly, the bed is already there. Alright. Yeah, that'll help. Hey, Marcel. It's a nice RimWorld. Yeah, so you got pretty bruised up, but that's fine. I was really worried about this guy up here because just how high of a melee level they had with Brawler on the Neanderthal. There's a chance he could run up and one-tap one of the ghouls with a solid head hit or whatever. Yeah, no, RimWorld's excellent. It's the second most played game on the channel. But it's a colony building game. You have, like, your pawns all have their different stuff they're dealing with, good and bad. Otherwise, they'll have mood breaks where they'll decide to go burn things down or smash down walls or whatever if they get too upset. You actively have a quote-unquote storyteller who likes to throw wrenches into the works as you're playing. So it's just trying to like build your colony and get through it. The goal of the game is you end up on, what's known as a RimWorld. It's just basically a backwater planet. And your goal is to effectively get back off the planet. But there's a lot of science and other stuff you gotta do along the way. I got an exotic goods trader showing up. That'll help out. Go ahead and trade for some of that. Okay, so what do you got here that I would like? Drill arm is certainly interesting. We already have a telescope. I've got $1,300. Well, silver. Glitter World is always a good choice. And components are. Right now, though, I think we're going to sit here and just hold on to our money for the time being. Because I am planning on trying to wait. Actually, one second before I say that. What was the book they had there? The schematic? Oh, they didn't have a schematic. Never mind. If they had a schematic, I might grab it because it might be a better way of getting research for this run since we're ritualists, so we're really bad at science. Yeah, so little by little, a bunch of this meat is rotting away in here. That's totally expected and understood. Alright, change of plan. They're just not You're just not dealing with any of it, so you can allow fresh, but only human. And don't keep human corpses in here. Oh yeah, that's corpse obsession. Yep. Colonists do struggle a little bit. So you are making progress towards getting all of the field regrown. That cold snap did wipe out literally everything there. We're doing pretty okay on that. The one big thing we're running into is all of the muffler we're getting a pretty heavy number of males. Which is fine, it means we'll just butcher them, but that is what it is. Alright, you two. It's time for you to go hunting. Okay, when they all bleed out, that'll get sorted. Because that'll be more meat to restock, because it's all about to rot in here. And we're just trying to do that to at least keep things afloat long enough for this to all grow back. And unfortunately, the Muffalo are eating absolutely all of what I'm growing, which is expected. And that's just going to happen until we get the hay going. But as long as I keep the ghouls out here occasionally cleaning house with a bunch of them, then we should butcher those and get our stuff back. Cool, and Lardine is now one of us. Everyone's getting their clothes all situated. Still building everything. Getting the walls all framed out. All right. That's going to be the big one, is just waiting for this hay grass to come in. The hay grass grows relatively fast, if I recall correctly. Once we get that, that should really help with the Muffalo. Built a wooden shed this week? Was it nearly as easy as RimWorld storage building? Nope. Nope, probably had to put down a concrete foundation, anchor the shed to it. All that kind of stuff. Or, I mean, if the wooden shed, you could put it straight in the ground. The only big problem is moisture will cause the floors to rot out after a while. Roofing actually takes a minute too? Yup. And you're still cutting all the stone brick you can get your hands on. Alright, so now they're out getting the berry bushes. That'll give us some some new stuff to eat while we wait for all that to grow in. Well, Moriarty's getting some decent amount of construction. They're doing fine on wood. All right. Yeah, so just trying to keep a little bit of that on hand. We can go ahead and disassemble all those ship parts, which would give me more steel. And eventually I'll need to mine for steel as well. Let's see, have you looked at for any synergy with Waster colonists and mechs? Trying to capitalize on the pollution, anything like that? You can certainly do that. You could absolutely do like a Waster starting colonist with the mechs, and they even let you go so far as with the pollution with the Wasters of growing the psychite in the, you know, toxic waste. So you could certainly absolutely do that. It's just not a thing like I've gone on my way to do, because a lot of the times it's the environmental challenges that I put on myself. So dealing with the kind of stuff where the mechs produce this negative byproduct as their balance thing, and then dealing with that negative byproduct, as opposed to with Wasters, you know, that negative byproduct technically being a positive as well, because they get the thing where they run faster when they're in the pollution and all that. Alright, we're gonna need a couple more Gazelle. So bring out the Ghoul. All right. Yes, I'm trying to keep the corpses going to the Harbinger trees now. Okay, so everyone's just trying to bring in any and all food they can while we wait for this to grow. And as the Muffalo eats stuff, we're replanting it. Transmute steel. We'll do one more round of transmutation. I gotta be careful with the transmutation that I don't eat up all my steel for like the other materials. Because it doesn't do me any good to have all those other materials in bulk if I don't have the base material to go with them. At least not until we manage to get like deep mining and all that. Because otherwise then I end up having to trade for steel, which ends up being a huge pain because they just don't pay you efficiently. Furniture, we can go ahead and go down here and choose marble shelves. Because I've got a bunch of marbles, so you can go ahead and put those shelves down. That'll start alleviating some of that. We can start getting stuff out of this room. But yeah, no, that's if you lean in with the ideology and the biotech stuff, you can get some pretty powerful stuff. Thank the follow. Welcome to the stream. But like, I'm not trying to look for what's going to be the most powerful for me. I'm more looking for what feels like a meaningful and interesting challenge. Because like, if I just play it straight, you know, like no challenge kind of stuff going on, then the game will be pretty easy for me to knock out. Hey, Verena. I don't know how to pronounce your name. If you want, you can correct me, and I'll try and get it right. But welcome. All right, so let's break all this stuff. get it all out of the way. Fine, gotcha. But welcome. Good to have you. Alright, so you can just finish with the mega cannon there. And that'll be all the junk out of this room so that we don't have to worry about it. I am going to have the ghouls go out and hunt again. Alright, so you can just do their thing for a minute. Oh, did you get back up? Well, you're gonna die in 3 hours anyways, because you're bleeding from your everything. That's fine. But they'll be able to butcher those as we desperately wait for this food to come in. Alright. And you're ready to convert people again, so keep at it. Alright, so we just keep harvesting all the harvestables there and hunting the various animals around here with the ghouls, just until we're able to get our stuff regrowing here. We do have a lot of muffalo in here, and it's just going to get worse and worse as time goes on, but that's okay. Right, So we still haven't recovered our food situation, which is my problem, is I do want to help the refugees, but I'm a little bit worried that's going to take our already strained food into a no longer able to handle it problem. Because those muffalos are definitely eating the stuff as fast as it's growing. So we're going to drag that time out as much as possible. I do think I am going to accept it, but I am expecting it to be rough. But pretty soon we'll start hitting that balance where every once in a while we'll slaughter a muffalo as the population gets too high. So production. Bioferrite shaper. You want 200 silver. Thanks, man. Alright. Why don't you keep them basic wood fenced outside? I can build a basic wood fence outside. It's just the problem is then when we have raiders and all that come in, they'll attack the muffalo. The fences get burned down real easy. I chose to build like an actual wall so that I keep them contained. I do eventually want to expand it so they have their own area that's separate from my crops. But yeah. We need you to both have yourselves a snack real fast. Alright, well, if we're going to accept it, we need to accept it. Oh. So it's the same person here, but not the kid this time. Alright, well that's an interesting concern. So let's go here. On the plus side, they do have someone who can at least pretend to be a doctor. We don't have many of those. You can handle stuff. You're not going to hunt. You can construct stuff. That'll do. That'll do. With that, we'll go ahead and mark that for mining since you're going to be dedicated to mining. And then meanwhile, I need you to go find us more food. And we just wiped out a whole bunch of different animals all over the place. And let's go here, orders, and allow. Okay. Unfortunately, you chose League. How did you find Go-Go Town? I really enjoyed Go-Go Town. I keep bringing it up as a option for us to stream on like the polls and all that because I enjoyed it so much. It's one of those games that I'm curious for people watching it, what people think kind of thing. Alright, so I got a couple of those that flew, so we can take care of them. Like, I had a good time with it. I do know whether or not people end up wanting to see it on stream, like, I'll eventually beat it on my own time. Because, like, it was good. There are a lot of those games. There's a lot of games that I play on the stream that maybe they don't have much staying power. Maybe they're just not great for watching or whatever the deal is. And I don't think Go-Go Town is necessarily a problem like that. But, that I'll go play on my own afterwards just because, like, I enjoy it. Like, I've just short of 100%ed Coral Island. I did 100% Pacific Drive recently. I've been doing a bunch of dismantle, like, slowly working through the grind here of just do all the points of interest, do all of this, do all of that. The kind of stuff that would make really bad streamed content of just watching me go through the map, go to the next thing, fish the spot, go to the next fish spot, fish the spot, that kind of stuff. But for playing is enjoyable because you have that progression that goes with it. Alright. Okay. We can get rid of the leather. So they can give me a book that'll teach me how to do the harp. So that's good news. We can give them our worn out clothing we've got, and our poor quality clothing will also go. And what else do I want to take? Just enough of that so that we are not losing, and there we go. Have you looked at Aska? Yes, I technically got approved for a key, but through the website that it went through, they actually ran out of keys. So I've got like the thumbs up for having a key, but they just don't have one to give me. But it looked pretty interesting to me. Hey, how about I have you step in here for a moment? Instead, butcher for just a little bit. Before all those rot. But yeah, no, I'd definitely be one to check out. I know there's been a number of people who are friends of the channel who've been playing Aska. Okay, I just want to get ahead of those before they start rotting. Was watching FG play a bit? Yeah, I've seen like FG play it some. I've seen Undead Baron play it a bunch. There's a bunch of people who've been playing it. It looks good. Like, for the record, it looks good. It's just kind of the catch of I can't buy every game that comes out, so if they don't get me a key a lot of times, it has to be something I'm like super into or strategically makes massive amounts of sense for me. To play for me to justify buying it. Like, for example, Frostpunk 2. That's one I could see buying if I can't get a hold of a key. Or if they ever come out with a third, like, if a third Subnautica drops and I can't get a hold of a key, that would be one I could justify buying. Because I'm like, yeah, I definitely know I'm going to have... There's going to be enough interest in people wanting to see that I can justify the price. But honestly, like, the straight up survival, like, crafter style games... Those have not done particularly... Like, they've been very mixed on the channel's whale phrase. There's been a couple who've done well, and there's been a bunch who've done really poorly. So that's a tricky one. Versus like Subnautica and those being an exception, because I actually consider those more about exploration than around the survival crafter. Like there is survival crafting in it, but it's not kind of like the main thing of the game. What? Manhunter pack where? Boom rats? I was trying to get Walker away. That one's still Manhunter? Okay, so we got one more Manhunter Boom Rat. And then we're good. Alright, so that's them sorted. That is one really nice thing about the ghouls more than anything, is just the fact that when you're dealing with all of that, you can just be like, it's okay if they take a hit. Like, as long as it's not like a straight up fatal hit, it's like, it's okay they take a hit, they'll be right back on their feet in no time. It's fine. Okay. Yep, you're feeding the baby, so always starvation. Alright, so it's raining, so I'll take care of that. Alright, so you're getting that steel done. We're pretty good on components because I'm not using them yet. Let's see if we got any other good materials that I want to dig out. I mean, we got a lot of components. Just while I have a dedicated mining person, it's like, let's dig out everything. The only reason I'm not digging out the components is just on the risk of a mood break where they could destroy a whole stack of them. Your No Man's Sky playthrough was really enjoyable to watch, for you at least? Yeah. So, No Man's Sky does the survival crafting, but it also put that in the same thing. That's more, to me at least, that's more exploration that has survival crafting mechanics than about survival crafting itself. Versus I'd put, say, like, The Forest as a lot more on the survival crafting, or Green Hell is a lot more survival crafting. And then you also have, oh, what's the one? The Long Dark is, another survival crafting one. That one, it does have, like, more of a story if you play the story mode, but it has, like, two different sides to it. There's the story and the survival crafter. And like I said, those have been very hit or miss, where I've had some that resonated really well with the audience, and some that were pretty much dead on arrival. That, like, the turnout was pretty negligible and all that kind of stuff. Sensory Mechanites. Excellent. Everyone's gonna love those. They make you better at doing everything, but it also makes you have a lot more pain. Why is there a baby laying out in the dirt? All right. Just all my crops are getting obliterated by the Muffalo. gonna keep being that way until we get the hay grass up. And where there's the You're doing what we can to keep up with all that. Where are you going? Yeah, so we still got berries everywhere for them to eat and whatnot. Grab you and deal with... Not you. Grab you and deal with this warg real fast before it becomes a problem. Nicely done. We can deal with that. You just got to keep going through and keep the hunting up. Go punch the turkey. All right. We're getting so close to actually getting stuff harvested, but just the muffalo. The good news is, like I said, once this is here, that'll alleviate so much of it. Because then instead of always choosing my crops, they'll eat a little bit more of a mix. And eventually we'll give them their own dedicated space that I won't have to worry about that. That needs to happen in not too long. That can probably be what happens once we get this constructed. Just go down here, like, frame out a large area, and just let the muffalo do muffalo things out there. Alright. Yeah, and they just have, like, all these negative mood buffs. We're not going to be able to do much about that. How long are they here, by the way? 5 more days. Excellent. That'll be perfectly easy to handle. And you're in serious pain because of the Mechanites. If I remember these ones, there's no making it go faster. You just keep bandaging. Like, other than like a mech or a mech healing serum or unnatural healing, but other than those ones, you just kind of have to endure it. Take the benefit of being able to move a bit faster and all that happening. Okay, what else can we hunt real fast? We got some alpaca up here. Cool. So the ghoul are doing what they can to keep the food rolling. Please don't be right next to them. Alright, so you two need to get back. Is that a prepares? No, they're not going to prepare. They're attacking immediately. Okay, so we got a revolver, a knife, an auto pistol, and Molotovs. Alright, so gather everyone as fast as you can. We want all of you behind where you can get cover. So we're getting lots of stuns on him, which is good. Where are you going? Oh, you're going after a dazed refugee. Well, I'm sorry. So all of you shoot them. And now shoot him. That way you don't have to worry about friendly fire so much. Yeah, you're getting wailed on. Okay, and move on up so you don't friendly fire. Cool. So with all that, we got ourselves a bunch of good stuff. And I would like you to strip them of their outfit, because it is looking pretty nice. Cool. Meanwhile, how are you doing down there? You got stabbed a lot. And you're just going to kind of sit there and be cool with it for the time being, I guess. Berserk doing to being ravenously hungry. That's fine. No, you go back to... Well, never mind. You won't go back to sleep on your own. Alright, ghouls. No, leave Moriarty alone. I will shoot you. I'm trying to spare... Oh my god, stop. I'm trying to spare your life. Where are my ghouls? They're nowhere nearby. You're gonna be really lucky if I don't kill you. Wait, what? What? Why are you shooting me? What did it say the message was? Okay. I don't know why Quake suddenly turned on me, but alright. I'm not against assaulting him as well. Stop retreating, I need you saving people. Well, that's going great. We have like 4 downed people. Literally, Cookie's the only one I have control over right now. Don't go to sleep, rescue people. I can't help you. I'm saving my own people. Blame your friend. Oh, perfect. Hey, don't worry about Waltz anymore. We're just not gonna worry about them. If you go help with our own other people. And, Ghouls. He started this mess that cost us an extra colonist, so, you know. You have a good healer? Yeah, no, we're fine. Because most of this is bruises and that. If you're wondering why I'm doing that, is I wasn't going to be able to save this person, and right as that popped up, we got a betrayal offer. I was like, okay. I can live with a betrayal offer right now. Hey, would you look at that? I got goodies. It's another telescope, and I don't really need two of them, but you know. That's fine. Okay, meanwhile, so you're still tending to Moriarty. And everyone is currently starving. Alright, so you're trying to help everyone by feeding them right now. So you're going to consume berries, then you're going to feed them. It's fine, keep working on it. And then get the baby to get fed. Get the corpse out of here. Alright, so Bong Spill is back up. Well, that's good news. Moriarty's back up. We're not fighting another thing right now. We're trying to deal with people getting upset about a lot of stuff. Starvation on you. Stop doing that. Go. I don't even know where food is anymore. Hey. Where's stuff you can kill? Go kill that turkey and that turkey. Wildlife. Add all those on to being hunted. Colonist needs rescue due to sensory mechanites. Alright. It'd be really nice if we had some rain already. Don't worry about the fire. Yeah, it's the sensory mechanites and all the pain they're causing that's the big issue. I would really like that rain. There we go, rainy thunderstorm. So you'll be back in business here. Alright, so let's go ahead and go. That's not what I want. There you go. Keep them harvesting those, try and keep the food going on. We've got people who are starving still, so wake up and go get food. Or not, that's fine too. We can deal with the weapons in a minute. That seemed like it all went sideways so fast. I mean, the big problem is I can't get any food because of the muffalo right now, which will be a problem that'll solve itself soon enough. Mad squirrel. Well, that's a self-solving problem. Alright, so I need you to feed them. Because they're not feeding themselves. Oh, this will go great. Yep. Feed them a turkey corpse. I'm sorry, I guess you didn't want that turkey corpse. That turkey corpse is gross. Tantrum due to malnourished. Ambrosia sprout. Part of it is we're not getting anyone to do any work. Yeah, no, it was really weird. I missed what... So I know the cold snap set off our food and got that into a bad place. Like that's without question. But then it seemed like all of a sudden we had the refugees, like they didn't trigger betrayal. The one wandered off during the rain, got hurt. The other one went berserk on us. And for reasons that I don't know, Quake turned on us as well. Oh, come on. And so it seemed like there's a lot of things went sideways, so I missed something there. Alright, all of you, stop being on bed rest. I would like you to bed rest, but right now everybody is actively starving because all of you is on bed rest. Hey, Simcopter! I do hope you're having yourself a good day and all that. Thank you for the follow, welcome to the stream. Yeah, so you can start butchering the animals, which should give us some food. Join. Oh, I don't have like a command to exit the pool. I've never had anyone ask to exit the pool before. But yeah, for those who don't know, Simcopter1, an absolutely fantastic content creator. If we haven't already got a shout out, let me go ahead and get that. But plays a lot of simulation and strategy games and all that good stuff. I'm playing a lot of Roller Coaster Tycoon lately, so definitely good times there. But I'm doing pretty good. Weirdly, this colony's struggling a lot more than I would expect it. All of a sudden. Went from everything is fine to struggling, and it's like, but what changed? So you're trying to sleep, people are still starving, and it's donkey duff. So if you do me a solid... What? Why did you just... Please tell me you're not eating, Quake. No! I don't care how hungry you are, we don't eat people. Lavish. Do not
Thank
human
you,
meat
Randall, for 1812
corpses.
for gifting a
Do
sub
not
to
human
Simcopter
corpses.
1.
Thank you, Randall Thor, for gifting a sub to Simcopter1. So now Simcopter1, you have some nice, fantastic advertisement-free viewing as well as access to the emotes. So thank you so much for all that. Why did you suddenly stop? Is it because you were, like, did you starve, like, too much and that became a thing? You hit Mike? We can't feed you. Like, you can't do anything. The baby's just gonna starve now. Not those, since I want the berry bushes. The Muffalo basically killed us. Because they're eating our stuff faster than we can do anything. And that's resulted in us not being able to get the stuff for, like, the baby and all that. Just harvest it if you can. I'm trying to save a child here. Because we're fast, we can get some baby food made real quick. Okay, Moriarty. Baby food now. You were just about to finish cooking. Okay, that's fine. Sentient cookie baby food now, I guess. It's weird that it seems like even like the littlest things are just having bad going of it. Like definitely things just like we had certainly things that went sideways, sure, but they were like really mild things.
Thank you, FizzZip, for subscribing for 5 months. Thanks to Randall for
Hype train
1812
is
for my
go.
sub gift.
Choo choo.
And then thank you, Fizzip, for the tier 1 sub. You've been subbed to the channel for 5 months. I really do appreciate that. So thank you so much for doing that. I do hope you've been enjoying the stream, and I hope you enjoy your advertising for viewing and kicking off a hype train too. Okay. So you've got the baby stuff. Now do not eat it. I need you to feed the baby right now, because it's gonna die. The others can go a little while, but the baby needs food right this second. Okay, so at least the baby is not starving anymore. Alright. Oh yeah, I forgot that the, well, the other animals give us food as well. Alright. And how are you two doing? You are getting to the point of you're going to start turning on us and attempting to eat us if we don't get you some noms. Got a squirrel down here. I was not expecting Moriarty just like zip over there and grab the squirrel like right out from underneath you. Link's Revenge. Alright, I mean, I'm fine with that. Okay. Well, that's definitely a mess is what we got going on here. The good news is we finally have the hay grass grown that they should start hitting the hay grass a lot more, which means we'll get our own fool back up. Hunt the alpaca for simple meals? Well, we've been going around doing that. I'm trying to get them with the crop stuff. The problem is they were all injured. And the sensory mechanites are not helping our cause. Having them constantly be upset is just certainly a thing. Because we've already got them going to pull up berries. We also have them set to hunt and butcher and all that stuff. It's just a lot of it's not getting done because they were injured, and all that stuff going on. Letting the buffalo graze on hay grass? That's kind of literally the purpose of hay grass, is for them to eat it. Like, that's the purpose of hay grass in the game, is for your animals. You can harvest it. That's fine, as long as they're not eating this. Like, I need to separate this out. Like, intent was to put down here, but between the cold snap and everything else, we just had this, like, weird cascade of problems. It's, like, not even the normal cascade. It was, like, a very mild cascade that, for whatever reason, was rough. Yeah, no, usually I'll grow dandelions if I don't plan on doing it. Right now, I don't care. Like, it's fine. If you're worried about min-maxing the game, you're in the wrong channel. Because I don't min-max the game at all. I've had plenty of, like, 500% naked brutality wins and all that, but I don't min-max. It's just not something that interests me. Alright, so should be getting pretty close to being able to harvest this. Bulk trade good. Alright, that'll actually be good for us. We can probably just buy our way into stabilizing our food. But yeah, no, the intent is to harvest that, by the way. It's right now, harvesting it's not the immediate priority. We can take all that. Meanwhile, take your thing and package survival meals. So sadly, you have mostly just meat, which the problem with that is it only lasts a couple days. So I'm going to take amount of alpha beaver meat and call it with that. Everyone can have themselves a little alpha beaver meat. And pretty soon we should have things sorted out. So let's reinstall you in this corner. And bisect that room there. Oh, and put a gate there. And get you Muffalo out of my food I need to eat. Mostly coming because starvation. Yeah, no, the starvation is us not being able to get this. That the Muffalo are getting that first. But that's just because, again, we had like cold snap and then we had people get injured, so stuff wasn't getting done and yada yada yada. I haven't been playing a lot of this correctly, to be fair. Okay. Did somebody eat the baby formula? They did. Alright, assign, manage food policies, lavish, do not eat baby food. It like gives you no nutrition if you're an adult either. It's not a good time for a baby. I'm gonna be honest with you, this is not a good time to have another baby. If you could just not do that right now, that would be lovely. Well, I see one problem is now they're hauling that all the way down there because of the shelves, which... Okay, so you're already taking care of feeding the baby. We need to get a chair down here so you don't have to cross the whole map. We need to, like, this is a temporary setup. We need to get our production room down here is where I intend on putting it. Like, this whole growing up here was a temporary measure just because I hadn't decided on the layout. We need to move the, like, production and growing and all that down here sooner or later. That's okay. We're starting to stabilize things. Like, that's all grown, so as soon as you're up and available, you'll start harvesting all that. We'll get some actual rice in here. And then we should be in good order by then. How are you two doing? You're still fed, so that's fine. We did buy a mound of alpha beaver meat just to hold that off for a little while. Oh, we no longer need to be researching this anymore. We had decided to go that route because we had that person join us who was a waster, and we're like, okay, we'll get them their psychite and all that. And that'll be fine. And then it didn't happen, like, then they weirdly just... That's the one I don't really understand what happened. I can only assume the colonist went berserk, hit him, and he also, like, went hostile as well. That's my only guess what happened, but normally it has a message here, and I didn't see the message. Okay. Getting some actual meals made. The world's not ready for this. All right. Why have you discarded the baby on the ground outside? Whatever. RimWorld's such... Like, the AI, the things it does sometimes, you just really kind of scratch your head. I understand it's a little bit warmer in here, but it's just a couple degrees Fahrenheit. It's not a meaningful difference. Let alone leaving the baby outside of the entire area where wild animals can get at it. Definitely feels like it's not the right move. Okay, so that's about to spoil, so consume the last of it. And I want you to haul that book inside so it doesn't rot. Alright. Well, surprisingly, we haven't had any of our actual colonists die. We had all that nonsense, but the ones where the one refugee turned on us, the other one got hurt, and then the last one was like the guest kind of thing where they may or may not join. Your personal favorite is leaving the baby in the freezer. That's because babies are weird in RimWorld. Like, I get the idea that the baby's swaddled, but the fact that the baby is like 86 degrees Fahrenheit is just right out, which, sure, fair enough, that's hot. But the negative 22 degrees Fahrenheit, it's like, no, that's comfy, that's totally fine. I was like, I'm sorry, you don't just put your baby in the freezer. It's not fine. It's a real weird decision, the range of what the temperatures that the babies can handle. You're still cutting all the brick. Moriarty's finally back to getting some construction done. make more sense. So very genuinely, when it comes to infants, honestly, being in the mid 80s is actually dangerous. Like the high temperature is honestly pretty fair. Like in all things considered. It's just the range of cold they can handle is pretty absurd. Like even swaddled. Like even swaddled, you're not dumping some kid in minus 22 degrees Fahrenheit and being like, yeah, it's fine. But that's why you have that bizarre, the people always dumping the baby in the freezer because the rest of the map is too hot, but technically the freezer's in the okay range. Yeah. No, it's like, it's not that it needs to change, it just, it creates bizarre things. I also don't think it's necessarily the right move in the game when it's 1 degree difference for them to like switch it back and forth. You get in a weird situation where one puts it in there, the other one drags them out, and then they put it back and forth. Stop eating my crops. You have a giant mountain of hay grass now. Like, you've got all the hay grass you could ever want laying in there. They need to build the wall, but Moriarty needs time to build it. And Moriarty's also our cook. Like, this is causing problems. That's one thing we can work on real fast, is you can go furniture. Not the full-size shelf. I've learned my lesson this many times. Do the little tiny shelf. I also noticed I missed a single spot of floor. Build that shelf, and that shelf we're going to set to food only. Meals. Sorry. Meals. Because with that, what'll happen is, instead of running all the way down there, sure, it's still running down here. That's fine. But the idea is then the meals are in the room where they go to eat. I've started doing that in almost all my runs because I got tired of them, you know, going into the fridge, eating the food in the freezer, even though the room where they can get their meals is, or the table is like one door over and stuff like that. I started putting the food where the tables are at as a way to nudge that in the right direction. Alright, so sensory mechanites should be going away in not super long. You just kind of have to tolerate them. So you're urgently hungry, so I need to go and find you something to eat. Why are you up here? You can go after that. Just gotta try and get them fed, because if you let the ghouls get too hungry, they'll go berserk. Okay, you didn't get much out of that. There we go. Alright, so I finally fully enclosed this room, so they're getting that all built up. Little by little. To be fair, I only have 3 adult pawns working, and we've got a child who's helping out. So there's a reason why the base is taking so long for stuff to get done. It has a spare telescope, which we'll sell at some point. Do we have wood? Yes, we still have wood. Hey, Ultrasaurus. Good to see you. Gonna go ahead and get you a shout out. Hey. Shout out for Ultrasaurus, and thank you so much for the raid.
Thank you, Ultrasaurus, for subscribing for 4 months.
And thank you, Ultrasaurus, for both the raid and the
Ultrasaur
sub.
my dude, Ultrasaur really slide, Ultrasaur 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 my dude.
My dude, indeed. Thank you for the Prime Gaming sub. I really do appreciate that. Oh no, that's all good. But welcome in, Raiders. I really do appreciate that. For those who don't know, Ultrasaurus is an absolutely fantastic content creator, friend of the channel, and all that good stuff. Plays a lot of simulation games. What were we playing tonight? We were playing. Was it The Hunt Called? Never mind. Twitch took that away from me. But was it The Hunt Called the Wild, or is Twitch lying to me? Because it does do that. And also, what is Cassandra's problem? That she dropped an obelisk on a Muffalo. I mean, come on. That was just uncalled for. And then transfer to Supermarket Sim. Ah, so you played the update. I heard good things about the update, that the stocking people finally actually go out to the street and get the boxes, as opposed to you having to scramble back and forth the whole time. It's a good game. I very much enjoyed it. Yeah, no, I saw the update. Alright, so I've got a corrupted obelisk here, which just literally landed on a Muffalo and killed it. That's Cassie. She's more evil than Randy. She is. They get your boxes. Excellent. But yeah, I hope you had a good stream, and thank you so much for the raid, and welcome in, everybody. I'm Rual Storge, do play a variety of games here on Twitch. I'm most known for my exploits in Project Zomboid, where I used to hold a world record for the highest kill count run ever streamed at 135,121 zombies killed in one character in one life, on settings harder than Apocalypse, with no mods to change itemization or vehicles. That said, that record has been beaten. But I do play a lot of RimWorld, Simulation, Settlement Builders, City Builders, Tycoon, you know, a whole range of stuff. But yeah, so we got to deal with that. We're not really in a good position for dealing with more of this nonsense. But, I mean, I guess we don't really get a choice in the matter. No, we definitely want to not have you switch that. We have a lot of crossover games. Yes. Oh, and the Ghoul is just going ahead and eating that Muffalo. Whole thing. One sitting. Ghoul's gonna Ghoul. I need to get that fence done so I can kick all the Muffalo onto that side of the field so they stop eating my food. And then we need to research this thing. Oh, do I have people set to warning? Okay, good. Because warning is what you do to suppress that. Let's see, are you going to try to get that world record Project Zomboid back again someday? Absolutely not. The person who took my record ultimately got, I don't remember the exact amount, it's like 974,000 or something like that. To give you context of how long that took, it has been, it took well over a year of them playing almost Project Zomboid exclusively on their channel. 5+ days a week for 8+ hour streams. Pretty much without break. You are talking that run is literally thousands of hours. So, no, I had my hey look, I held the record. It's like, no, I'm sorry, no. And this isn't being like, no, I could take the record if I tried. This is me saying, no, I can't take the record because I won't try. That is way more than I'm willing to take on. This is not good. How many diseases do you want to get? And I also just gonna go on a limb. Oh, never mind. You're feeding the baby food. I was about to say, like, just on a limb, you probably shouldn't breastfeed a child while you have malaria. Also, do I need to set a medical bed just to get you to stop? Oh, you know what it is? We took you off of this because no one was doing anything because everyone is hurt. Go to bed, treat their malaria, feed them, and then preach health them. Bring the scariest disease of them all. Little bit. Alright, so investigation of the obelisk has revealed some information. It is an archotechnological device that seems to interact with organic creatures at a distance. It is probably a piece of a much larger architect structure that was destroyed or broken long ago. The machinery at its core is inhumanly complex and frighteningly powerful. Its purpose and method of action remain totally mysterious. If not suppressed, its activity level will increase over time, and you can't tell what will happen if the device fully activates. Yeah, it's probably fine. Y'all the cool people hanging out here tonight. Okay, so we've hit Bongsville with just about everything we can to give them the best shot of winning against the disease that is pregnancy. I mean malaria. Intergain that going on. Everyone's getting a little bit salty. You are in serious pain because of sensory mechanites. Which all you can do is look at the sensory mechanites and go, ow. And then continue to just go about your day. You just endure it till they go away. Alright. And unfortunately, that is our person who does all our farming is the one who has malaria, and that is not one I want them to continue trying to work through. Hey, ghouls. Is there something alive on the map that we can eat? Oh, excellent. There's a group of alpaca. Hey, ghouls. Go hunt the alpaca. Nicely done. You love to hang out, but rest and heal some more, so you don't mess up your recovery from being sick? Love your pace and love looking forward to hanging out more when you're all healed up. Absolutely. You get better. Being sick is a big old basket of no fun. What is it complain? Okay, so you can be tended for your malaria now. So jump right on that. Will do, and thank you so much for the raid. That was a ridiculously generous raid. I really appreciate it. And also, I should go ahead and say, I do stream 5 days a week, every day but Thursdays and Fridays, from 7 p.m. EST till around 4 a.m. EST. So normally I'm wrapping up around this time, but I'm hanging out. My sleep schedule's totally destroyed as it is. It's been a couple weeks, like good stuff, but good stuff that ruined my sleep schedule. Unhinged Florida hours? Well, I mean, unhinged hours for an unhinged state. That's how it works, right? We need to get that moved. All that right. What's the sleep schedule? Something it's like having an effective planner. It's one of those things we all dream of and hope for, but no one has ever really seen before. Sleep's overrated. On the contrary, sleep is amazing. One of those things I've learned as I've gotten older is to not underestimate how incredibly both important and useful sleep is. Manhunter Pack. Boom rats. Alright, well, I'm going to count on you all to handle this by yourselves in this case. Lardine can go too. I don't like sending kids, but right now Bongsville has malaria, Senjin Cookie is a pacifist, and Donkey Duff is a baby. So beggars can't be choosers, and we're begging pretty hard. The good news is it's only 3 boom rats. Realistically, I could probably just run my ghouls up and let them explode in my ghoul's face, and it would probably go okay. You get back in there, the ghouls aren't ready yet. And thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Alert is on the stream schedule. Wake up. It's really hot. Time to go back to bed. It's too hot. Stream all day and night. Go back to bed. It's still too hot. Ah. I see you're very knowledgeable on Florida. Perfect. I appreciate when you knock them down without them exploding. Okay, scooch up, but not into detonation range. Nicely done. And you'll explode soon. You spent a few weeks every other summer when you were as a kid? Gotcha. Oh, I've been to Jupiter. That's, so when I was getting my scuba diving certification, if I remember correctly, one of the dives I did was out of Jupiter. Checked out some, you know, artificial reefs caused by shipwrecks and all that. Friend, go back to bed. The fire is someone else's job. AC fans all night, only sleep with the sheet on because it's still hot. Kind of though, yeah. Alright, and meanwhile, you need to go and tend to them. They still have malaria. You like visiting her? Been many years? Well, if you do end up in Central Florida, let me know. Alright. So good news is Bonksville is in pretty solid shape. They've got about a 22% lead on the malaria, which means barring starvation, a real concern, and other stuff like that. Love to hang out with you again. Your pleasure at TwitchCon? Yeah, no, it was great hanging out with you as well. And I know you said that you're, like, I can't remember the percent you gave, like, 80, 90% not going to TwitchCon this year. But if you do go, it'd be awesome. So let's see, where the Florida men... Let's see, where the Florida men... Sorry. Where the Florida men where I read the newspapers at? I do not understand your sentence. Are you saying, where are the Florida men you read about in the newspapers? I can actually give you some fun story about that. Unit partner great? Yeah, Tomb's wonderful. Yeah, no, the funny thing, so you've probably all heard the meme Florida Man about, you know, Florida Man going off doing ridiculous stuff because Florida Man go to Florida Man. So, fun fact is the source of where that actually comes from. So, this is actually kind of a progressive thing for Florida, is we have what's known as the Sunshine Laws. And ultimately, these make most public records, or sorry, this makes most government records public. You know, with some exception of, like, account numbers and stuff like that. Stuff that is dangerous to have out there. This includes police reports. So the whole thing that caused Florida Man to become a thing was when it was a slow news week and you had police reports were just open record and like the newspaper were like, we got to post something. They would just go sifting through the police reports till they found something ridiculous. And being that Florida's a high population state, you know, and even though we don't particularly have a high percentage of ridiculous people, we have a pretty standard percentage, which means we've got a lot of them. But you can go to pretty much any state, or any country for that matter, any demographic whatsoever, you're going to find those occasional outliers. You're like, alright, that was a weird decision to rob that bank with that goose, but I mean, you know, it's Rolligan, just call the Florida Man this time. Call him Florida Man? Yeah, no, I hear that. It's just one person, the Florida Man. He's an evil henchman. But yeah, I actually have a shirt from one of my friends who I worked with at Company Pass. She was one of the graphic designers. And she came up with this like comic book hero Florida Man where he has a mullet, but it's the actual flowing mullet behind him that's his cape, which was wonderful. I still have the shirt, but it's getting pretty faded now, unfortunately. But, I had a lot of fun with that. You live in California, so you understand. Oh yeah, no, it's any place, like literally anywhere in the world, you're gonna have people who do some wild and ridiculous stuff. And then, you know, by statistics, if 1 out of every 100,000 people does ridiculous nonsense, every extra 100,000 people you have means that much more people doing ridiculous nonsense in total amounts. And again, with open police records, they could always find some news. And they did. Oh, did they? Alright. We're just researching all the things while we wait. So we're not sure what the corrupted obelisk here does yet. There is 3 different things it can do. One is it can mutate our people, so we just sprout tentacles and all sorts of weird stuff. Another one is it can clone people, for better or worse. And then the last one is it can teleport people into a horrible hostile maze of death. We gotta figure out which one it is. The best news are usually about Walmart customers. I mean, a big part of that is just, generally speaking, Walmart, more people are going to be on the trying to live affordably. People living affordably are more likely to have, you know, unmanaged medical needs due to financial reasons and all that. You're the one that's for cloning? Yeah. No, I'm all good. The maze was legitimately not that bad. Yeah, no, it's definitely not. It's only, like, bad luck that can get you in trouble. We're, like, the wrong person. Oh, yay. I love Sickly. With an artery blockage. Nah, I think I'll pass on that person. See, what do you even want? You just want to hang out for 2 seasons? Yeah, welcome. We're on the edge of starving at all times, so, you know, I hope you like that. Here. Yeah, no, the maze one's fun. Like, the worst one I've had is, like, when a child gets teleported in there and you're like, oh, please. You're new here? But had to drop a follow and say hi after hearing you explain Florida Man. As a flirting yourself, it amused me to see someone explain Florida Man to people. Yeah. Now, I've been here a long time. I'm originally from up north Detroit area. But, I've been in Central Florida for most of my life at this point. Oh yeah, that's one of the things about the maze is you just end up finding a bunch of like just random organs and all that. So how are you two both doing? You're getting hungry. You're gonna start getting mad. So let's see what we can have. Oh, we got some more alpaca over here. Nicely done. Because that'll give us more stuff to butcher. And we're finally getting that up. So hopefully Moriarty pretty soon. Oh, are you good? Cool. So you're through your malaria. So hopefully we get you back in business soon so you can get that wall built. We're also... Oh, actually, we're doing that. Did Florida Man ever marry the Florida woman? I mean, there's not much stories about Florida woman that I've heard, which, you know, let's be fair. With the whole thing I just mentioned, there is no gender bias there as far as how that all works. So why isn't there Florida woman doing ridiculous stuff? Because the sunshine laws mean it's all open. I mean, the reality is, let's face it, as men, we're probably doing the more ridiculous stuff. I've been around other guys. There's a certain amount of truth to that. Oh, that's our guest. It's like, who is that doing all that? Yeah, so let's get that figured out. You can do all that. I do not want you to handle that. You're not going to do art. Yeah, you know what? That's fine. You just keep hauling stuff. It always gets left behind, so why not? Be right back, bakery. I wish my bakery was more convenient. It's not super out of the way, like it really isn't. But it's one of those things that's just enough out of the way that you don't, like... It's just enough that it's kind of an ordeal to go there. You think the ratio of men doing stupid stuff is higher to women doing stupid stuff? Yeah, which I think is a, you know, with the nature versus nurture, it's the nurture. Women tend to be judged more harshly and unfairly. So, as a result, walk on more eggshells. That would be my perception. I do think it is a cultural thing. Because, like, as a guy when you're young and you do dumb stuff, they're like, "Oh, boys will be boys. Oh, let's just get that bubble gum out of their hair real fast." Yeah, sorry, I was just reading that. Yeah, no, I've definitely been around a bunch of guys betting each other they could do stuff, and just others sitting behind and just rolling their eyes. I don't remember any, but I'm sure I've done things that would qualify. That said, I'm not the kind of person who's like, "Hey, I bet you can break that watermelon to my head." It's like, no, because if I win, I still lose. I'm still gonna have a headache. Alright, well, we're running out of things to... Wait. Oh, it must have been from reading a book. That's the reason I'm confused. It's like, wait a second. How am I still researching stuff? Yep. Not that I haven't seen people in all demographics do dumb stuff. I have. I have, certainly. I've definitely seen guys trying to prove themselves doing among the dumbest stuff I've seen. Alright, so let's put uranium there and uranium here, because this is going to be a containment room. We're going to make it as strong as possible. Anyways, we can move on from that. Yeah. So good news is it does seem like we're starting to get some crops up. They're not getting hauled back in a meaningful time, which is a problem. And we are starting to get this all built. So that's all good. Learning experiences. Oh, what was it? Oh man. It was a comment on, like, it was a YouTube comment on one of the videos from me playing RimWorld. It's like, I'm just trying to survive, and here's this man waiting around in toxic waste and doing fine. And I'm trying to remember the exact wording I had for my response. It's like, well, you know, if every time you lose a run, it's like a learning lesson, I have had many a lesson. It's like, I've learned many things. The whole, like, the first step of being good at something is being bad at it and doing more of it. How did hay get into... Oh. Don't store the hay here. Link, storage. No hay. Keep the hay up there. Like, I'll probably add shelves for them to put hay on later. I just don't want to queue up even more construction until we get this stuff sorted. Because we got, like, one bedroom that's just a hallway right now. We have the storage room, which is wide open. We've got this area where I want to bisect this room. Are you winning, son? Well, yes, but actually, no. Yeah. That's usually when people go to play Project Zomboid. That's usually kind of one of the big things we have to, like, go through is just... Oh, you know what? Well, no, you have to study that. With Project Zomboid, it's like, hey, you're gonna die a lot. And they're like, oh, well, you know, did you die a lot? It's like, well, yes. Literally everyone dies a lot. Like, that's this game. This game, every death is a lesson, and until you get enough lessons, you won't survive. So you better... You know, you better buckle on your pants and all that, because you're about to be in for a roller coaster of a lot of dying in here until you learn the lessons you gotta learn. And there's no shortcut of just looking up some guide and helping you out. There are some deaths that people can save you from telling you about certain things, but a lot of those deaths, you know, learning the timing on your weapons, it's just gonna come from beefing the timing on a lot of your weapons enough times that you're no longer doing that. Alright, so we're waiting for the marble to be cut and all that, which Cookie's working on right now. I mean, we're waiting on Moriarty to have more time, because Moriarty is our cook and our construction person. Bongspill is the one handling the animals and growing stuff. Sentient Cookie is researching, as I recall. Was that what you're doing here? crafting and researching. So you're mostly cutting bricks for the moment. So pretty much everyone here is allocated, and Lardine is a child. What Lardine does is learn stuff and then occasionally might haul something and or clean a room. And Donkey Duff is a baby. Donkey Duff make poopy. That is the entire list of Donkey Duff's priorities in this colony. It is good to finally have the meal stabilized, though. That's been... like... I'm still surprised you got that rough. The game literally tells you that up front. Oh yeah, like Project Zomboid is very direct in being like, hey, just so you know, you're gonna die a lot. Like, even the tutorial trolls you and kills you. Just be like, look, you will be dying a lot. Just accept it. It is the way it is. Don't sweat it. Alright, do we got anything else that's really good for us hunting? Not really. It's a lot of Muffalo. Well, I feel pretty good about what my ghouls can handle. I'm a little concerned about chucking him into a sea of Muffalo. Meanwhile, I have you beat up the raccoon. You think the real fun of this game is not succeeding at managing your colony, but seeing how horribly wrong it can go? There's a certain amount of that. Well, that's part of the fun of, like, the challenge runs and all that. Oh, that'll be lovely. Excellent. That is going to make for a very unhappy baby. Hopefully just an unhappy baby, and not worse. Let's go ahead and put a passive cooler in that bedroom. So Moriarty, drop what you're doing, build that passive cooler right the heck now. We do not want cooked baby. Alright, got breach health and all that, that's fine. Yeah, so everything else out here is getting to like 120, 100 and whatever. Why did all those boomalope just beeline? Oh, they're leaving the map, okay. I just saw them go, it's like, where's the hole in my defenses that suddenly they've all run in to eat my crops? Because that's usually, I'm playing stuff like the swamp maps and all that, where my farm is like one of the only places that have good vegetation. So when you see a whole bunch of wild animals beeline, you know they're about to hit your farm. And so you're like, okay, who dropped what in the door? I'm trying to put an end to this. So hopefully they'll actually build that when they wake up, since it's already got the material in place. And you passed your mechanites yet? Oh my god, please. They last forever. Because there's the different types of mechanites. There's one where you have to get a cumulative total of, I believe it's 300%. That's not these ones. These ones you just endure it, and there's a time duration. That once you've done it for long enough, it'll back off. At least that one gives you a bonus, though, where sure you're in lots of pain, but you move faster, you see better, and all that kind of stuff. What are you... Okay, storage. No hay. No hay. I need to get the shell. We'll go ahead and queue them up. I wanted to wait till we got our stuff. That's gonna be a big pain. So I'll put some shelves down here. I won't prioritize them, but those will be set to be hay and kibble only. Where are you taking it now? No hay. Alright. And pretty soon we're going to move that production room down. Well, these people are hauling stuff now, so we're slowly starting to reclaim some of these rooms. I'm honestly tempted to just start, just queue up the production room. That'll require columns, we'll cut it shorter. Just queue up the production room so that we can move the stove and that down here. This is nowhere near convenient for getting the food in here, unfortunately. But, like I said, what I'll probably do is I'll probably move where I'm growing the food for eating over here in the opening. Leave this to be the Muffalo pen. And that kind of stuff. Honestly, it might not be a bad idea. So just cancel all this. Deconstruct that. Cancel you. Deconstruct that. Just don't even worry about it. Which is another thing I don't have time for. So you can go over here. And do that for right now, and eventually we'll make a giant freezer down here somewhere. It'll get all that going. Alright. Terrifying wargs. You want to send 4 man-hunting wargs after me. You're willing to give me good stuff for it. But honestly, right now, I'm just trying to stabilize stuff. So let's not poke this with anything else. I've got an obelisk here. It needs to be dealt with. If it's a cloning obelisk, that's a good time. I don't know what we're going to do with the cloning obelisk. Because we got a kind sleeper undergrounder who's good at plants. We got a kind person who's good at cooking and mining and all that. Larding is super immune. If Larding ages up well, we could do some stuff with that. And I'm not sure you can trigger the cloning on ghouls. It would be interesting if you could, because a tough, nimble ghoul and being able to just keep cloning it again and again would be one way of getting a lot of strong ghouls. I've never tried. I would guess no, just based on the other stuff you can't do with it. But again, until you try it, who knows? Ghoul starvation. I eagerly await the point where we can, So which one's starving? You? Go get that rat. It's your rat. Alright. We got a hare up here. Yeah, running out of things to kill out here that can't clone a ghoul. Yeah, I didn't think you'd be able to. Hey, Devlin, how's it going? Yeah, I didn't think you'd be able to. Basically, the thing is, none of these pawns here are particularly good for cloning. Like, Larding could get there. When Larding ages up, they could get there. If it wasn't for Undergrounder and being a plants person, that... I still wouldn't regret having the cloning thing there, though. It gives us a lot of opportunity. Yeah, so I have all that closed off, so that'll be good. I'm also surprised we haven't had another anomaly thing come after us yet. We should be pretty due for it. There's some rhinoceros. Let's not poke that. There's a turkey. That's at least something worth eating. Just plain running out of animals. You're enjoying your vacation? Excellent. Vacation's always a good time. Alright, we got another turkey over there. You beginning CDDA again? Gotcha. Cool. So they enjoyed themselves a nice turkey snack. All right. So the good news is we do have it set up so we have the auto slaughter for the muffalo. So we should be getting pretty close to that where they'll start knocking them off one by one. I'm gonna have to go ahead and get these zones going. So let's just go ahead and plan for that'll be corn. That'll be potato. That'll be strawberry. We can make that the heal root. We can make that the dye. We'll leave it like that for now. We'll definitely not want to keep those the way they are. But that'll let me clean up a bunch of this stuff. I also don't need that here anymore. Delete that. Expand that because that'll be a little bit better. Yeah, so we can start working on that and hopefully we'll get lucky with all that stuff. Okay, do not put hay on here. Don't even think about it. All right. They're getting all that sorted. We've got all our hay grass going. So the reason I didn't bother replanting the cotton for right now is we've got the muffalo wool getting in here. Eventually, we will still need to grow some cotton because there's certain things that just require it. Okay, we can just merge the crap out of that. That's fine. Let's have you just step out of this. Nicely done. I appreciate the way you tank it with your face. Go and put that fire out. There you go. All right. But as we start getting this growing down here, we could start just trying to clear this up. Put less of our crops in here, put stuff more efficient for the muffalo. It's going to take time, though. But, with all that said, I have gone much longer than I normally go. Normally I wrap up about an hour ago. But with, like, you know, a big raid and all that stuff, wanted to hang out, give people a chance to all that. But if you haven't enjoyed tonight's content, you aren't already following the channel, don't forget to drop a follow. That way you can find your way back here in the future. I normally stream from 7 p.m. EST till about 4 a.m. EST. But with that said, if you're watching over on YouTube and TikTok, the stream will be dropping abruptly because there's no such thing as raiding over there. But over here on Twitch, we are going to go find someone to pass that raid forward to and say hello and make new friends and all that good stuff. But, so thank you.